Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, hold on. I got to unlock my phone. And I need to turn down this clapping. Ladies and gentlemen. Boys, girls, and NBs. And squids of all ages. I proudly bring to you the New Year's streaming special that you've been waiting for. So put on your airbag vests and pack your tourniquets because we're about to get started. Yes, this feels good. This is working on me. This background clapping is working for me. These are great. These are the hold on. These are the shades I wear when I do drugs. That's what these are for. Hello everyone. Let's see how many we got. Sorry. We're going to turn this off. Okay, we're going to turn that off now. I'm a big believer in starting on time and ending on time. So don't worry. I'm not going to disrespect your time. We are going to get started immediately. I'm glad everybody's here. I'm the only one in my house with my dogs and the fireworks blowing up because I live in a part of Seattle that is absolutely about that. Big into that. They're too tight. They're too tight on my head. So today, what's the agenda? I've actually crafted a show for the next 4 hours. If I last that long, the last parts are probably where I'll cut if I cut anything. Yeah. So we're gonna get started. We're gonna do an icebreaker here. It's gonna be fun. It's going to be Reddit based because that's where a lot of my first 1,000 subscribers came from. So we're going to do the Reddit thing. I'm going to look back at 2020. A lot of you, statistically, 75% of the people subscribed to me don't even know that I make long form videos. And that was a new thing, shorts and stuff. That's where most of my audience and subscriber base is. I didn't used to do that. That's a 6-month thing. It's very fresh for me. So we're going to talk about 2022. We're going to talk about 2023, some of my goals, some things, the plans that I have, some of the things that you might be able to help me with, in fact, which is part of why I wanted to broadcast this. Then I'm going to do some lessons learned, which is if any of you are content creators or people that want to do shorts or make videos or anything like that, this is going to be I learned a lot because I've made a lot. So I have a lot of lessons, and honestly, these are lessons where I honestly hope that a lot of the people I watch, a lot of the creators I watch, I wish they would do the things that I have kind of learned and corrected. I'm going to talk about that. Then we're going to do an AMA, and the way that that's going to work is that you're going to be allowed to join my Discord. This is hour 2. This is 2 hours into it. Is my plan is if we get there, hour and a half, 2 hours from now. We're going to do an AMA where you can come in, you can ask me a question over voice, and then after that we'll just do kind of general chat until it hits midnight, or I just leave and just turn off the stream. So thank you, Kuma Climber. Thank you. Yes, donations will be accepted. Don't worry. So let's talk about what are the goals for this. What are the goals for this 4 hours? What are you going to see in the next 4 hours? I just gave you the general agenda, but my goal is first and foremost, people actually seem to want, people ask me to stream a lot. I think it's fun. I don't do it a lot because it's just a lot of time. YouTube is absolutely a part-time job for me. I have a full-time job too. So yeah, it's the passion project. It's a thing I want to be doing, but streaming and all this even creating this show and thinking about it all day was a huge part of anxiety. So it's just I just don't have a lot of time. So, but I want to do it. I want to do it, biannually, annually. I think it's fun. I enjoy interacting with people this way. I also want to get a lot of your feedback. We're going to go over some of the things for example, my year review. I'm going to talk about my least favorite short and my least favorite video and my most favorite and kind of why. And I'm interested to know if those are things that you agree with too, or if there are other things that you don't like. I kind of want to hear it. I mean, I get it all in the comments, right? But you guys, if you read my comments, it's just flags, flags, flags. It's so boring to just read that over and over. So people that are more interested in providing constructive criticism, very, very interested in that. And finally, the goal of this stream is a fundraiser. It is and in fact, it is a shill stream. That is confirmed. If anything, I hope that you take away from me, if there's any attribute I hope to embody, it is simple honesty and upfrontness about things. I have, like I said, I have a full-time job. I don't need your money. I don't need your money. Don't need it. So please do not. If you're part of like the creator crowd that's handing around that same $20 to each other, I'm doing that too. Like I'm like subscribed to like $50 of the people on Patreon. Like, just don't. That's fine. You can just hang out, have a good time, and interact. But if there's any comrades out there that are very flesh and liquid, people that have those extended resources, that's fine. Great. You want to support this? You want to make it easier for me? I want to get a new GoPro. I'm using like a Hero 8. I want to like put like audio stuff inside my garage finally, because I just think it would improve it. I'll get to all these things on my own eventually. Like I said, if my bonuses and stuff come in, like I'll just do this. I bought the Apple Watch Ultra, which I've got a video coming out. I shot yesterday and I'm editing. I did like an Apple Watch Ultra review, which this is $800. This is fucking a lot of money. I'm an idiot. I'm just an idiot. This is who I am. But yeah. So let me talk briefly. Again, this is it. This is going to be the show part of it. If you watch my shorts, I don't mention Patreon. I literally just don't talk about any ways to support me. So this is going to be the one time I'm going to do it. So I just want to show you my Patreon. Basically, it's incredibly simple. I do a monthly newsletter at the beginning of the month where I just show like all the shit I made. I talk about what I'm working on. Sometimes I have feedback or I need things, but like it's basically just a summary. And there's only 2 tiers. There's like a $1 tier, which is that you get a special Discord thing in my server, and you just get to be a part of this. I don't do a lot of background content, but I did recently do an Outtakes, which I'm going to show you guys anyway because it's so fucking funny that I just want to share it. Like it feels criminal to me. A lot of you probably saw the one about doing a passenger I did with my buddies, like the only people that have ever been in one of my videos. The outtakes from that I had more fun making that than anything I've ever done. So I'm going to show that here, but that's where I drop some of that stuff. And then I have a $5 tier. And what I do is I have some, I have some stickers, and so I'll mail you a sticker one time. And I have some, when we get into the 2023 goals, I have some larger ideas that I would love to have, like a sticker of the month club, because I love putting stickers and like dumb shit on my bike. I want to put again, I made these for myself because this is what I wanted to create because I wanted to buy it, and I want to do more of that with a community focus. So yeah, anyway, that's the Patreon. And then the other thing I have is there's a spring like merch store. It's all fucked up. If you try to click on anything through YouTube, this shit fucking sucks. Sorry, that ain't gonna work. But if you can find it linked in my Discord, and you click on them, like I made all the colors for these different shits. If you have a bike of a specific color you want to match or whatever. Like I said, I have plans in my head to add a bunch more of this shit. And I try to keep the prices down. Half the reason it doesn't work is because I set the prices at 5 cents above like the minimum. Like what I actually tested the spring. I was like, how low can I make it? A nickel was about as little as you could take on any product. And then they went back and then they fucking, they were like, all these prices are invalid. They ripped up all their prices. They raised everything. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. This, like, if you don't buy it, like it's probably overpriced now. I just can't control it like I could have. But it's how I can get my designs. So because I don't want to make any of that shit. It's too much effort. All right. So yeah, year in review. So the first thing I kind of want to talk about. Oh no. Sorry. We're doing the game. So this is the game we're playing. All right. Sorry, my cat's making weird noises. Oh yeah, and if my dogs freak out, I might have to like calm them down. Again, fireworks and shit. I gave them a bunch of edible treats though. I gave them like a lot, like double what I've ever given them. So I'm hoping they just shut the fuck up and they just pass out. I also walked them for 2 hours prior to this. Like, don't get me, I'm not just like drugging my animals. I'm doing a combination of drugging them and exercising them and feeding them and caring for them properly. So yeah, hopefully they'll be fine. Okay, so the game we're playing. Sorry, and I'm gonna turn this. Here we go. You guys can see me better now. There we go. So, motorcycles subreddit. I love it. You love it. That's where all the content goes. This is where I'm at all day, watching all the memes. If you follow me on Twitter, these are where my memes are coming from. Then there's the calamari. Sorry, Then there's the calamari race team, and this is like the shitter sub. This is the sub where this is about memeing and joking and being a fucking prick and like just being stupid on motorcycles. This is like what I want. This is motorcycles to me. It's just fucking around and like hopefully you don't get hurt, but if you do, like whatever. You knew that was part of it. We're gonna rate. I want the chat to rate these two subreddits. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through the top 10, and I have got this little sheet right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to rank them. We're going to go bottom 10, and we're going to compare the two, and you're going to tell me which one's better, and then we're going to score them, and we're going to rank. We're going to say which subreddit is objectively better tonight, okay? We're just going to go for it. We're going to try it. Okay, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. Okay, here we go. First meme. Calamari race team. Keep this in mind. Oh, we got to turn the volume up. Also, if this game sucks, like if this ends up being boring, we'll just skip it. Don't worry. It sounded good in my head.
So, I don't know if you need anything, but they've been riding crazy down this whole PCH. Right there? Yeah. I'm going to pull in. Do it.
What is this car? $25 million car? Man's on his knees at the end wishing he died like a true squid. Is this is a car? 2.5 million Rimac Nevera. I don't know what this is. I mean, that would suck. I mean, you might want insurance for that. Okay, that's meme 1. That's meme 1. 2, 3. All right. Axe and I had... Oh, no, it's going to be this guy. I've used this already. I love this clip. No gloves. Just totally right in the center. And he kills it. And then what's it called? Accident I had this morning. Thoughts? I definitely love to comment on here. Okay, let's rank these two. Which one's the better meme? Put C in the chat if you think this calamari race team meme is better, or this moto one, or M's in the chat for this accent. Quickly, we're going fast. I'm gonna wait like 10 seconds, and if I don't see anything, oh Jesus, oh God, my chat just died. Oh no. Oh, I'm looking at it on my other. Okay. Thank you. I'm glad you love all my videos. Is this game sucking? Is this working? I think it's not going to work if I can't see the chat very well. My shit just died. Okay. There we go. Maybe, oh, you know what? It's a delay. Okay, it's a delay. I'm sorry. See, you guys really think hitting this too? You guys must know what this thing is. Okay, I have 2 C's, so I'm going to go meme 10 is for the CRT. Okay, next. I didn't think that was very good. I would have voted for M, to be honest. Oh, this guy is fucking balling. Look at my man's here. Like on this tile. This dude's got a bunch of videos. I need to find him on TikTok. He is just absolutely out of control. Okay. That one's gonna be hard to beat. I think it's this one. Transparent LED film I can put inside my visor to display emotions. Excited to this thing. This was a meme people were really into. This is the dude that had like the phone number or whatever. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Look, I think that's neat. But look at that giant charging pack you'd have to have, like, to power it and run it. That's pretty cool. Okay, quickly, C, or do we got Bazillion Squid for C, or do you got this guys with these light up ites M? Pick one. Pick one quickly. We're gonna. I think. If I was voting, I just think this guy's amazing. Like I need to find more. I need to find more clips of this dude. This guy is out of. He has like a whole stack of fucking bikes. Okay, we're going C. That's all I'm seeing. All I'm seeing is C. C is easy. I totally agree. That's an easy one. Oh, this one. I read up on this guy. So this is the other one. So this guy died in Iran. Basically, they fucking yeah, he was protesting. They like pulled him in. They more or less were like, "Oh yeah, he stabbed a security officer, so we're arresting him." And they had him like executed like 2 days later. Yeah, like his mom went down there and like had no idea what was happening. That was super sad. This is an insanely awesome picture. Yeah, fuck the Iranian government. What is the meme that has to compare to? That was darker than expected. Okay, that's a pretty good meme. That's a pretty good meme. Okay, backup sensor or this king shit. Pick one. Is this C again? I'm gonna count the ones after the frowny face. I'm gonna count those as what we're ranking against. C or M. C here or M. This whacking backup camera. I see some C's. Thank you. Thanks for showing up. Backup beeper. All right. I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to go through here and comment because I feel like maybe this game isn't good. No. It's working. I'm going to work it. Fuck it. I'm going to be here for 4 hours. So this doesn't need to be instantaneous. We're going to get to the really good stuff later. I'm going to give it to the M. I'm going to say, I can't. I got to give that to CRT too. It's such a rough. That's like cheating almost. That is a good one. Holy fuck.
Unbelievable. The rear tie just letting go in the most spectacular fashion. That is
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That is one of the biggest high sides I've seen in 25 years of covering this sport. Unbelievable.
That fucking launched him.
Unbelievable. What an incident for the 8-times world champion.
Oh, dude, he walked away like that, though. Thank God. I bet he had his airbag vest on. They all have that. They all have these, like, full, like, neck setups and shit. That's amazing. Okay, that's the CRT one. That's kind of interesting. I feel like that's a moto one. 2 dudes try to rob a guy on a much faster bike. Slow down. He just ghosts them. They're just gone. I mean, they're 2 up. They're not gonna fucking catch this guy. Of course, let that be a lesson to you. That's a pragmatic lesson from this video. If they're trying to rob you, if 2 people on a bike and you're one on a bike, you're probably faster. It probably doesn't matter what model or anything. Okay, vote for it. Do we got this Marquez flip, or I feel like this is very CRT at this point, or this bike jacking. M is the bike jacking. C is the Marquez yeet. Is Marquez getting yeeted? Oh, I read this article. I'm gonna start while you're voting. I'm gonna put it down, but I'm gonna read this article now. Goals. 63-year-old motorcyclist in custody after a high-speed chase with a Georgia State trooper Tuesday afternoon in northern Walker County. According to a GSP trooper, he attempted to stop the Kawasaki sports bike for speeding on Highway 27 near GA2. The motorcyclist fled and reached speeds over 130 miles per hour on GA2 while running red lights. The pursuit went through Rossville before being found by a Rossville police officer hiding behind the Gospel Baptist Tabernacle. The motorist who was tased advised law enforcement that he had just come from chemo and has a very rare cancer. He advised that he had just recently bought the bike and was crossing off his bucket list. More information. I read a secondary article about this, and basically, it's like the normal thing. The cops were like freaking out and pissed off and like chasing him down, right? Because he was just ripping down the streets and like not stopping. He like slowed down and then he just like fucking gunned it basically. And then, yeah, he like had this smile and he like was like apologized. Like I think he was like an old guy, right? They realized how fucking old he was and they're like, what the hell is this? And he told me like he had like 6 months to live. And yeah, man, like he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't kill anyone. He just was having a good time. Legalize M. I'm gonna give that to the M. I'm gonna give the previous one to the M. So that's that story. That's the calamari. And let's see the next one.
Don't hit the turtle. No.
Oh.
Don't hit the turtle. Come on, buddy. Come on. Ah!
Bro, take him all the way. Take him all the way. Oh, take him all the way, dude. It's having the time of his life picking up that turtle. I'm not even gonna shit on him. I think that's how I'd act if there was a turtle. This is the M and this is the C. Go ahead and throw in your votes. But yeah, definitely, like, why wouldn't you go farther? Like, it looks like there's a lake or something over there. Like, at least throw them, like, off. They're gonna the trail's right there. Like, man, like, just a dog's gonna go by and piss on him or something. That's just how I feel about it. Gotta pick one. I'm gonna vote for. Oh, this was this one. I'm gonna vote for the moto one because I feel like this story is good. I mean, that story is pretty good, but if there was video, I think that this is like an S tier meme. Like if we find out this guy had his GoPro on and we can hear him talking, or if like somebody does the FOIA request to like find all the like dash cam and like hear all the shit, like that's a funny meme. But let's see. All right. Oh yeah. Can I show this on YouTube? Can I show this on YouTube, or is this gonna get me banned? That's pretty good. That's the calamari race team. So I'm gonna do that. That's so good. You got to do it again. I don't even care if it gets. That face is good. That face is good. Okay. Oh, that's hard to beat. I mean, like, I'm gonna pre-fill that one in.
Okay. Gar nicht lang schnacken, sondern direkt. Ja, wir gucken, was passiert.
Oh God, is this guy?
Mal sehen.
German always sounds so horrible. This is not in freedom units. It's in full tuck. Ooh. Damn, those cars are going pretty quick too, though. Considering, like, he's not actually passing them all that fast. 299? Is that 150? Or is that like 160, 170? Oh. I've done that. That's not a big deal. Autobahn madness. Oh, this is obviously easy. This is easy CRT. This is easy dildo CRT. We're almost done. We're almost through the memes. That's what I learned. That's literally the reason I learned to wheelie, is because I wanted to like wheelie past other bikers instead of like doing the two finger or the high thing. This is what I wanted to do, is I wanted to wheelie past people. That's pretty good. Blue lane. Lane spitting lane. What? That's pretty based right there. I mean, it's basically what California has. Look at how wide it is. Yeah, sign me up for this. Sign me up for this. I also saw in another place that there was an area in front of traffic where motorcycles could stop, like after they filtered through, and like a bunch of motorcycles could be there. I'm up for both of these things. I'm just overriding everyone. That's a motos win right there. That's a motos win right there for sure. This wheelie was not that good. Not that good. Last three. Sorry, I'm on the last three. I guess I'm gonna have to skip one. Let's see this one though.
Here's your two rules. Don't get caught and don't fucking crash.
Bro, he's like not even moving. He's just so calm. How are you that? Bro, how are you that stable?
Here's two rules.
I guess if you're accelerating,
And don't fucking crash.
I guess if you're accelerating and you've like stomped the shit out of it. But with the wind, I don't know. Like it's been a while since I've done that. Like I've tried to do that on my R1 and it's like, the seat is so angular and like tight. It's like impossible. Like I either have to get back up on the far back and it's like I'm on my tiptoes and it's not a very stable position. Oh, that is the third one. Damn, that's going to be hard to beat. That's going to be hard to beat. Yeah, on a Harley it's hard because you really gotta like. It's the foot pegs is the issue. You can't like, and he's not scraping them. He's definitely trail braking. You can see him like on his brake, right? Just ripping through. I'm surprised he didn't get just destroyed in for having his, not being in his full high vis. Yeah, that guy knows what the fuck's up. This must be in California. Oh. Okay, no, I there's no way. There's no way. I'm like I said, I'm overriding. This is definitely going to the CRT. This is crazy. This guy with this back, I mean, that was good, but this, maybe if it was a different spot. Oh. Bro. Fuck you. Oh, what a dickhead. What a dick. Just right in my face. Just right in my face. Must be an FZ or that's absolutely insane. That is, the skill of these people, man, is just so wild. Let's see what you got, Motos. Let's see what you got. There's no audio to this. It's just silence. This must be good if it's silent and it's still top of the Motos subreddit. Whoa, just wedging on through. Is that it? Is that why this is number 2? This is, what a fucking joke. This is why I can't take this subreddit seriously. This is why the community is fucking toxic and horrible. Is because this is the number 2. It happens so frequently. It's so frequently. Bro, go faster. If you're gonna like take the middle of the lane or something, I don't know. Like maybe you should take the middle of the lane if you're gonna drive like that. If you're on a motorcycle, go fast. I don't know. I get it. Like cycle crews have freaked out. I've had someone do that. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen often because I am going faster than normal traffic all the time. But yeah, this is definitely a Calamari race team win. This is gonna be. You know what? This is for pride. Let's see. What do you got, Motos? What a motherfucker. Okay. Unpopular opinion, but as someone who's taken his motorcycle into like a protest and been not on my motorcycle in a protest, yeah, I'm going to say don't do that. Unless you aren't concerned, like you're cool with getting your bike trashed and getting thrown off your bike, because that's a realistic possibility when you're surrounded by random people. and you're doing something that's going to frustrate them. Two, if you actually like the cause, you are only like disrupting those people. So, you know, do that to Proud Boys or do that to 1%ers or whatever, but don't do that, you know, or whoever, I don't know, whoever you hate. I don't care. Let's look at the motos one. So number one post on motos, cops has road rage, claims that, this.
What are you doing, bro? Oh, maybe it is. Shit. Why he brake check me? What are you...
I used this just the other day. You guys, if you guys are current on my shorts, you'll know that I used this the other day in my video about why you should wear a camera. This is so fucked. What a fucked thing to do. This guy had been. I read. There's an article about it because he went public with it. Good for him. But yeah, he was like not really. I mean, he might have been speeding or whatever. You know, good 80, whatever, like some highway speeding equivalent, and. This cop just started doing this shit to him.
Oh, maybe it is. Shit. Why he brake check me?
Like, what a fucking prick. Anyway, it's just, and in his eyes, the cop is like, and of course the cop is like, oh, I'm just gonna slow him down. I'm just gonna slam on the brakes, and he'll react perfectly. Like, it should be illegal. That guy should be in fucking prison. Anyway, okay, so I'm gonna rank motos. So. You know what? It was pretty close. 6 to 4. Let me count this up again. That does appear to be 6 to 4. Motos actually had a decent turnout this year. If I do end up making this a yearly thing, I mean, obviously CRT is just a better subreddit. If you use Reddit at all, you should be in the CRT subreddit. There's also a Stunters subreddit. It's pretty good. Motorcycle Logistics is one of my other favorite ones. Motorcycle Logistics. If you see porn, it definitely wasn't me. If it auto completes to porn, it definitely wasn't me. Not at all. This is where I go looking for ideas. If you want to learn to like, pack shit, or you want to see like interesting ideas that people had to like bring things, like Motorcycle Logistics is where it's at. Damn. Full run home from Costco, bro. Full run home from Costco. Okay. Anyway, I'm done talking about Reddit. All right. We are going to shift gears from after this one. That was our icebreaker. Great job, everyone. Thanks for participating in that game. We're going to do a look back at 2022. But before we do that, I'm going to show you the outtakes for the passengers one. Okay, you guys ready?
The design of sport bikes makes
Hold on.
The design of sport bikes
Let's get in the right mode. Here we go.
The design of sport bikes makes riding with a
Oh.
The design of sport bikes makes riding with a passenger. Fucking God damn it.
I'm just sitting here with my arm.
Serious?
You're fucking up, pal. Like, you tell me when I put my arm, and I'm just holding it.
This is what it likes to. This is what it's like to be James Cameron right now, and I'm starting to get it. Okay.
I had a straight face for like the last three, and you just kept fucking starting over.
It's good. Straight face. Look right at the camera. Yeah, really reach. Really like do
Why
this.
don't, you know what you should have him do is just crouch down behind there and just fucking hold it up.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Let's see that.
It was a collaboration, see?
This is good. Down the body position, the whole bottle. How did it go? That look pretty good? Okay, we're going to do another one anyway. The whole bottle, yeah. This is my bro. My videos are funny, okay? I don't know what you guys...
The whole bottle.
The whole bottle.
That's
yeah.
not a term I'm familiar with. The whole bottle.
Yeah.
The whole Coca-Cola.
I don't, yeah.
Did anybody? I did a check in my Discord. I almost cut that joke, but I wanted to do it anyway. I think I just ended up putting a bunch of explainers in there, like and images. But does anybody know of the whole bottle? Is that a thing anybody remembers at all, or the spider meme about emailing the spider to pay the Comcast bill or whatever? Is this a thing anybody remembers? Yeah. I had a really good time making this video.
Okay, and so now
That's AJ Randall saying the whole bottle.
Now let's start.
Oh my god, you have a tiny fucking head. Bro, I don't know if I can get this out.
You don't think so? I need you to headbutt me with it. That's the problem.
Okay, hold
So I
on.
need you
All
to
right.
headbutt me.
I can get it off.
I look like a Krogan. I don't care if this
It looks like a Krogan.
Yeah, he does. The hop.
I've made my buddy. I just made my buddy. That's Kyle. I made him play Mass Effect because I wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. And after I got this like Morden Solus tattoo, I think he was like, because I had been saying how great the game was forever. And I think, you know, people were like, oh, cool, whatever. Like, you say a lot of things are good. I'm like, no. This fucking Mass Effect is an amazing game, and you need to fucking play it. And he finally played it. And so I'm finally so excited. We spent like 2 hours drinking and talking about it last night, and it was just a dream.
It's going to need to be like really here because obviously my shit's very muffled. Yeah, however you want to do it. You got on light as fuck. It's like you've ridden a motorcycle before. That's going to be nice. Okay. All right, get the fuck off. Film this! Film this! Use this! On the thing. So make sure you have secure footing and that you're prepared for a significant weight shift to the peg their first foot is going on before you... Too early. Fucking...
First peg.
First off, when you're making film, until the director says cut, you fucking keep shut the fuck up. That was pretty good.
You're trying to hold it together?
I think I'm the weak point of this right now, so I'm gonna try to act better.
And I'm like sliding off the seat.
Oh Jesus!
Almost dropped it. Classic. I knew it was gonna
All right,
fucking
I
happen.
think we'll just do it like this. Maybe we'll sit on the bike like this together.
Just like that. You want me to sit sideways?
I don't know. Which one's funnier? We're near the yes.
I feel like when you're doing it, you do it and you're just like, while you talk.
Yeah,
It's better.
that's funny. Yeah, okay, I like it. But my priority is always passenger comfort. So my final words of encouragement before we ride off is that when in doubt, hang on to me because I can assure you I am not falling off the fucking bike. That was a pretty good take, I think.
I actually had to cut that part. I think I put that in the comment instead, but I wanted to have that part. I make these videos and I'm getting pretty good at like accurately predicting what like how much time a script is going to be because I like perform it and I try it and I think about things and I go look stuff up and verify like certain things and but yeah, this one was like 5 or 6 seconds too long and I just had to cut that. Yeah, we had a really good time. That video's done pretty good. People seem to like that one, which is great. To do that, I mentioned this, but like I literally, this is how crazy I am. When I got my R1M, I actually rode with a passenger for 3 months to work. Like I carpooled with somebody to work with me riding my motorcycle. So like I was there as they like evolved from like the hug and like, you know, the bear hug and like the uncertainty and like, you know, barely putting their hands on the tank. That was the thing a lot of people mentioned was like, no, hands on the tank. It's like hands on the tank is still, you know, you're controlling your weight with your upper body with the muscles that aren't really that strong when you really need to be using your core and like your legs and stuff, right? And actually balancing and riding. So yeah, I was kind of there through that whole transition until they actually finally started to like stick with it. And I had my Buell at the time, so we would go back and forth with the Buell, and the Buell was so nice. It was so comfortable. But like, yeah, they got working, and yeah, I've wanted to make that video for a long time, and they came down to do to go to a rave, and so I went to a rave, and then yeah, and was like, hey, I'm gonna write this video. Let's do one together. Yeah. I've thought about doing things like Uber and stuff. There's the sandwich people. The sandwich people are always out there delivering their sandwiches. But okay, so 2022. I'll look back at 2022. So yeah, like I said, most of you probably only know me from shorts. I used to make a lot of normal style videos. And in fact, in my last year, I made like 5 or 6. And by normal style, I just mean like they were, 10, 15, 20 minutes. The ones I made this year. So, no, what was I going to do? Sorry. I'm remembering going over my notes. Okay, this is the first thing. I'm going to show you guys why I do shorts now. Like one of the major reasons I do shorts. So this is December 31st, 2021, right? And I released one video published, And then on January 14th in March, I released another one. And then I released 2 shorts, my first 2 shorts, and another one in April. So like you can see, like I outputted a video like every month and a half tops, because that's just like, I mean, I tried to get better at it, but like it's really hard for me to like structure videos correctly. I spend a lot of time. I don't know. I think it's the topics too. Part of my issue is that like, and why I like shorts so much is that, instead of, I think like the reason a lot of the people that we watch, like a lot of the YouTubers I watch, they just jam so many ideas in single videos. And I felt that kind of pressure when you only release a video once every month and a half. Like if you want to talk about something topical, or you want to like, you know, something happening in the moment, like you just like, I'm either going to Twitter or like I'm like shoving it randomly into whatever I'm making. And then, I mean, I would have days, my average traffic, like I would have days that would be like 500 views of my entire channel for 5 years. I had like 10,000 subscribers at this point. I think this is when I hit 10,000, right around here, February. And then I started doing shorts. And like I said, I did these 2 here. And nothing really happened. Nothing really changed at all. And then I did a couple more and nothing really changed. You know, I did this one, how to break in motorcycle tires, which I thought was super funny. I literally did it the day after I literally got my tire swapped and went home. Like as I was thinking about it, as I was riding home, I was like, man, this would be pretty funny. So I did that. And then I did my first real one, which is the motorcycle risk gear attitudes, but still nothing. Like I didn't really have any traction. Everything was basically the same. I was growing extremely slowly, which is, you know, is like the shittiest place to be. I know a lot of you. I know a lot. I've talked to a lot of people. We're all content creators. Everybody's a content creator now. There's not a single fucking person that's not doing it. I mean, I got family members that are sending me like edited Instagram videos where they've like collected clips and added music. And like, we're all doing it all the time. So like, but then it just suddenly like hit. I did the one for the survival reactions and everything fucking blew up. I literally went from having, you know, 500 views to 500,000 views in a day. Like that is the level of insane growth. I'm right now in the last and I'm averaging, you know, 175,000 views a day at this moment right now. And like that to me is like, that was like, oh, fuck that shit. Like, I don't need to do old video, the other style. Like I'm going to do this. And with that also came like this freedom, because I realized I could finally start to I have this massive backlog of ideas. There is one thing that I absolutely do not want for, and that is ideas. I am a fount of creativity, and like, I am only limited by time, and some other resources too, obviously. But, I made this lessons from Twist of the Wrist because, I don't know if you guys have read this book. I know a lot of people haven't, even though, you know, it's the meme everywhere, right? People are like, read Twist of the Wrist, read Twist of the Wrist. Like I kept seeing that in all the new like motorcycle, the new motorcycle subreddits and stuff. And I was finally like, I watched the videos, like you can watch the videos and they're pretty good. I use them as like sources for my counter steering video and stuff. But when I actually read it, like there is so much insanely good information in here, in the sense that like it really, Keith Code's mentality and why he's interesting is that he's basically the first guy that like, everybody was racing motorcycles in the 70s, right? And he was the first guy that was like, hold on, let me start like people would just, how did people in the 70s get good at riding motorcycles? They literally just like did it over and over and beat each other. And then like, you know, sometimes they would talk to each other, but it was a lot of like, it didn't, the way he describes it is not really very sharing. Like you would have like your race team or whatever, a couple of buddies, but like you wouldn't share that information, right? Cause like it wasn't public. Nobody really knew the like, and everybody had their own ideas. So anyway, he started finally collecting and writing them down. And that's what became the first Twist of the Wrist book, was like, what do you know? Tell me exactly, how did you go through that turn specifically? What do you do? Where is your body? How are you on the throttle? When are you stopping? Like he would just question. That's when he moved from being a racer to being like this person who was diagnosing and writing this book of instructions, because he wanted to teach other people how to do it. And yeah, like Twist of the Wrist 2, this is such a great book. Like the survival reactions, I had never heard that in any context ever until reading it in this book. And yet at the same time, like you can see as soon as you understand survival reactions, you're like, oh fuck, yeah, that's what freezing is. That's what tunnel vision is. That's what, that's what target fixation, all these things that kind of just get thrown out as things that are happening. But like, it's been here. It's been in this book for 30, 40 years. And one of my favorite things about this book and the way Keith Code writes, and I have actually reached out to Keith Code's assistant to try to get an interview with him because I have questions and I would like to talk to him. Again, I have a million ideas. I am trying everything. You have no idea, like the weird stuff I do in the background to just see if I can, swing. I swing for the fences. That's my, I like to take the bunts. I'll take them, I'm definitely a base hitter, right? So I'm making a lot of content, but I swing for the fences here and there because that's what I want to do. It's the cool shit. Anyway, so I'm going to crack this book. We're going to do more shorts about this stuff too. Like, oh, that was why I brought this up, was because I took that video and I was like, there's 7 of them here. I'm going to make 7 shorts at the same time and see what happens. And you can see here that the survival reactions video has like 4,200 views, in the last since I released it, 6 months ago. But the shorts that are part of the survival reactions, like, 13,000 views, 69,000 views, 130, like, they're not the highest performing videos, but like the information is getting out there more. People are finding it. Especially this second one here, this tightening on the bars. This is a really big one. Let's watch it together.
Survival reactions are things we do automatically in panic moments on our motorcycles, and the second one is tightening on the handlebars. If you watch videos of people riding at high speeds, doing wheelies, or going over rough terrain, you'll notice that even though the front end of the bike shakes or finds its way out of alignment, almost every time it realigns itself. That's because motorcycles are absolutely amazing feats of engineering, and when you tighten up on the handlebars, you make it harder for the bike to stabilize itself, increasing your chances of having a layer down. Gripping tight on the bars causes you to absorb these forces and then transfer them to the rear of the bike, reducing stability. Preventing unintentional input on the bars requires you to have good body position so that you can hold yourself up with your legs and your core instead of your arms. If you want to see if you're weighting the bars too much, try flapping your elbows around like a baby bird. If you can do this, you're good. Check out my other survival reaction TikToks or my YouTube video where I deep dive on all of them.
So this video is missing a lot of elements of my current ones, right? My current ones, I have audio over the background. I have a song that I've paired it with. I've usually got some sort of specific joke, like early, something to like hook you in. I don't put like a thing at the end pointing to other things. Like this is not as good, and like this is not as good as engagement as the other ones. So like I can see that that's why. But again, this is so much better than seeing, like, it is demoralizing for me to like spend So just to give you an idea, the shorts take about, I would say on average, like 4 to 5 hours to create, like from start to finish of like writing and everything. It is demoralizing. This survival reactions video, if you take like buying the book, reading the book, like getting the idea, writing it down, crafting it, and like that video is really good. Like the way I structured it, I'm very proud of it. But and then for that to have only, 4,000 views after 6 months is like, it sucks. YouTube is only fun when you're popular. It's not fun when you're not, when nobody's getting views. Just like streaming. Streaming's no fun when nobody's watching. Like that's just the reality. So, yeah, that's why I moved to shorts. And yeah, I think I saw a question earlier. I do have ideas for longer form. So the way that I want to, I'll get into that a little bit later. But I do have ideas for longer form, but they will probably be different. They'll be not normal. There'll be something closer to this where I can speak more informally. I can kind of just edit it out. I can kind of think clearly. Something that takes less time. Yeah. Oh, I also, what I like about shorts too is that with shorts, I can kind of take more chances. Like I said, it sucks having a video tank. Some of you may know, if you've ever, I'm a motorcycle channel. That's what I say, right? On everything else, right? But if you type in police boy, that is a surprisingly popular topic on this motorcycle channel, or cops. Oops. So, for example, you know, I made this series of videos like 2 years ago, where I more or less dug through after the George Floyd protests. I got very interested in policing. Like, obviously I'd had a lot of experience after my cop situation, but I got really interested in, like, why the fuck are cops so goddamn violent? Why are they not empathetic? Why do they not seem to listen? Why can't you have a normal interaction with a cop? Like, why is that such a common thing in nearly every single context? Short of, if you meet cops like down at if you go to trial with a cop, cops will often be way nicer. Like like they just, because they're not in the uniform, they're not, but on the job, I was like, why when cops are on the job, why do they just become these fucking insane automatons? So I made this video. I reached out to another YouTuber by the name of Phil, aka That Dang Dad, which some of you might recognize from some of my channels. I've worked with him a few different times. I kind of just consulted with him with the recent ones, but he had this video about how law enforcement taught him to dehumanize people, and like how, like, some of the psychological traumas and stuff he had, and that kind of anyway, that was like why I reached out to him. But yeah, this video, here's I'm just going to give you a taste of what we've got here. An activist who has an oppositional perspective. Reality, probably at least a local news organization. I'm sure that's how. Okay, here we go. So the reporter is realistically probably. So contextually, I'm talking about these news reports where, in response, this is a thing that happens all the time. So, cop has a shooting, something happens, something regular policing, and then the news organizations fly in, and they have they're very connected to the police because they have like a beat reporter who's on the cop's beat, and in order to get good information from the police, you have to have a good relationship with them. They have to want to give you good information, they have to want to work with you, right? And because you're a journalist, if you can't get the cops to like tell you information when you're on the cop beat, if like they don't talk to you, you literally can't do your job. So if you start pissing them off and they stop answering your questions or answering your calls, you're either going to have to find a different beat or you're going to find a different job. And that's just kind of reality. So, there would be this shooting, and then they would send in the reporter, and then the reporter would come in, and they're like the honest guy. Hey, I'm going to figure out how cops are trained. Like, they're going to take me through the cop training. Like, this was a big thing back in like 2014. Actually, it started in like 2010, and then it moved into even the 2020s. They would bring a reporter in, they'd like, we're going to show you how serious our training is. And then they started, when the protests started happening after Ferguson, they started to bring in a reporter and an activist. So that's what I'm talking about here in this. This is a very serious video. I mean, I took this very seriously. I spent a long time researching this. I watched lots of videos, and I try to make as many like relevant examples there to provide the police perspective. But, you know, that's okay because they're bringing in an activist who has an oppositional perspective in order to give that side. Let's talk a little bit more about that.
He is one of the most outspoken critics of police use of force here in the Valley.
You might recognize him as a high-profile organizer in the minority community. Just last month, he led
in the minority community, just minority
marches on Phoenix Police headquarters after an officer shot an unarmed man.
We want his badge, we want his gun, we want his job.
Today,
about 10 days ago, Bethea walked the streets of Fresno and Clovis as part of a peaceful protest, in part against police brutality.
Attica Scott and Gary Bryce were among those leading the chants that day.
The other party is always framed as the. You see how many old white people were there? That's an interesting crowd. Not that they don't show up, but the opposition to the law enforcement perspective. To support that idea, these videos always include photos or videos of the activists protesting or saying things that are critical of law enforcement.
Hey, he rushed me.
Tell me why you shot.
Well, I've shot because he was within that zone. You know, I felt there was an imminent threat. I didn't necessarily see him armed, but he came clearly to do some harm to the officer, to my person.
To be completely clear, I didn't go through and do research on any of the activists that are part of. So basically they come in and it's like, And what every time it happened, they do the training, and then suddenly the activist is like speaking in the cops' language. Oh, they came after me. I grabbed my gun. I saw him go for the waistband. He had a weapon. Like they literally start using the exact same language because they've been coached all the way through it, and they're explaining this is how you have to do it. And then like this is all just like fake bullshit, is what it is. Anyway, that's what these are about. I can't take these types of chances with big video, with giant videos. It was basically an hour's worth of videos I did, and yet with shorts I can. I bet none of you saw my video about I did an AI because AI is fun. I had it write a script for me. I just said, "Tell me why all cops are bad," and I just let it rip. And I thought it was so interesting, like, and constructed so well that I was like, I'm just gonna make this a video. So, yeah, none of you've seen it because it got like age restricted and shit. So let's, is it even on? Oh, look, it literally doesn't even show up. This is how fun it is when your shit gets age restricted. It just like gets totally fucked. Okay, here we go. Like no visibility, 18 plus only, have to be signed in. Cool.
The following video was written entirely by AI using only this prompt, and I'm performing it word for word. Now, I'm not saying that all cops are bad. There are many good cops out there who are doing their job and trying to help people. However, the fact of the matter is that the majority of cops are bad. There are a few reasons for this. Firstly, the system the cops operate in is inherently corrupt. They can get away with murder, and they often do. Secondly, cops are given a lot of power, and they often abuse that power. They can stop and search people for no reason, they can arrest people for no reason, and they can use violence against civilians with impunity. Lastly, cops are often biased against poor people and people of color. They target them for arrest and search, and they often use excessive force against them. So, overall, I would say the cops are bad because they are corrupt, they have too much power, and they're biased against poor people and people of color.
Let me get the fuck out.
I really like this video. I think it's great because, again, I find that the contrast between just a purely, a machine basically spitting out an answer and then meshed with the reality of what a lived experience I had and saw, and also connecting people that maybe think that I am just parroting something. I think a lot of people who are pro law enforcement and don't really want to think about the problems and don't really want to like engage in like the truths of what's happening out there, like they come at you and they're like, you don't know shit, you don't know cops, like, because they know cops because they watch live PD, they watch fucking cops all the time, they watch Law and Order, they know exactly how the police work. But it kind of connects that like not only have I have the arguments and they're not angry, they're very laid out, they're calm, there's no swearing, right? I'm just saying, like, these are the issues that exist. I think it's very hard to argue with those issues. Like, there's good examples of all of them. And then just showing, hey man, like I've been in the fucking streets. It's an interesting experience to see it up close. And that's part of what shapes how I think about these things, is like what I have seen. I have seen just very violent, aggressive cops with, no accountability. Anyway, so shorts allow me to take more chances. That is part of why I do them. I'm going to stick with them. The motovlogging thing, I tried. Some of you guys might have seen it. I did one, Seattle. You can check this out if you want. If you want to see what a woman looked like. I think that, I think someone else saw it. Motovlogging is kind of dead. To be, here, we'll see.
Good. Starting the video off with an illegal maneuver. Hey, what's up? I got a thing today that I'm going to do. That they're parked down here, you take public transit into the city if you're visiting. And on the left-hand side, you're going to see gift shops, you're going to see little Seattle stores. Not have many squids there, though.
I did like a little Seattle tour. I don't know.
Of our cons, we've got PAX. It's held in there usually in August. We've got.
You can see how it's still like my content, right? Because I don't do. It's basically, motovlogging is dead. I mean, like Cycle Cruiser doesn't get. I get more views than Cycle Cruiser now. I sincerely look at people like Cycle Cruiser and like like, I look at people like Cycle Cruise and I just think like these people are not in my league anymore. Like he's just not. The only reason that these people existed at all, yeah, I mean, like, he has 300,000 subscribers. I have 20% of the views he has, and I have, you know, no audience by comparison. I think I can pull up how many views he's getting. Hold on, how many views he's getting? Here we go. So, yeah, he's getting like 6,000 video views a day or whatever, right? And 6,000 video views a day. That's what he's getting. That's what he is getting with 300,000 subscribers, with a backlog of content where he's covered every single topic 7 fucking times. He's got all the AdWords constructed. And what does he get? 6,000 views a day. I'm sitting on, like, these people are just not in my league anymore. So yeah, nobody really watches it. I mean, what I would like to do more, like, we're going to talk about it later. I'm going to talk about my goals. It's coming. I'm glad you guys like my shorts. I have put a lot of effort into them. Let's talk about some of my, so I want to talk about my favorite shorts. My favorite short this year, again, one of the ones that didn't really get a lot of, it was hard for me to decide on one. I really liked the man one. I don't know if anybody saw that. I don't know why I'm acting like we can't just watch. They're only a minute. We can just watch them really quick. That's what's great. I can be like, hey, did you see this one? And we can just fucking watch it in 1 minute. This is the runner-up for my favorite. Runner-up.
Spend all your money on shit that's gonna kill you. Be a man.
It's funny, but that is the message that society feeds into men. And it's a massive part of why motorcycles are a male-dominated activity. At first, it doesn't really seem like an issue, because shit that's dangerous can also be super fun. Motorcycles are fun. Guns are fun. Tying a belt around your neck as you jerk off feels amazing. So I've been told. But don't get it twisted. Society isn't pushing men into danger and violence because it's about our happiness. It's actually quite the fucking opposite. Fishermen, miners, construction workers, athletes, steel workers, police, farmers, and let's not forget the fucking military all rely on a steady supply of men who are willing to roll the dice on their bodies for a decent paycheck. And if you get hurt doing one of these jobs, break your back over decades of labor, develop cancer from breathing in toxic fumes, experience PTSD-induced anxiety and depression, or get a leg blown off by an IED, society is going to sweep you under the fucking fridge and tell people, stop looking underneath there, it's nothing but trash. Same's true if you get hurt on your motorcycle. And I try to keep that in mind. So obviously, if you pay attention to my content, there's a lot of subtext. It's pretty much the normal text now. Is like a big thing that frustrates me about motorcycles is motorcycles should be a very welcoming and open community. Like it's a hobby that's about having more freedom. It's about taking more chances. It's about being more open to new experiences. And to me, like, it seems so strange that there are people that, like, yeah, we want to do this thing, but we really want to keep out, like, you know, it's just like any other hobby where, like, men just kind of were, like, dominant traditionally, and, like, a lot of men just are not interested in making a welcoming experience for anybody that's not another fucking dude that they already have like 98% in common with. So this was me. I'm trying to cover that. I have more ideas, but the video I was working on before I started doing shorts was about women and, like, why women aren't in motorcycles. And I've done one short on that, but I have other ideas. This is me trying to come from the other end and explain, hey guys, like, there's a lot of pressures for us. Like, yeah, I mean, I almost went into the military. I sincerely had, like, no fucking clue what I was going to do after high school. And, like, that military, I was like, fucking close, man, and I'm so glad I didn't. We just don't take care of those people, which is why I find it to be so funny when people are bitching about, you know, flags on the American flag and that being disrespectful. Meanwhile, like, you know, the VA is so poorly funded, and, like, we obviously treat people like shit. And anyway, that's what I care about. I don't really give a shit about a flag. The one I actually love the most this year is this one about football, and yeah, this one, if you've already seen it, don't spoil the twist ending. Yeah, I think that's why I like it more, though. I'm endlessly fascinated by how people calculate risk and danger, and I'd like to take a page from one of my heroes to compare the two sports that I love, American football and motorcycles. At first they don't seem similar at all, but both create risk and danger through the same kinetic differences in speed and impact. Most people only care enough to look at the top level death statistics, so they compare the 5,000 or so motorcycle crash deaths to the 12-ish football deaths every year and say, case fucking closed. But that's because we have a bias towards what we see and hear about. There is a whole Wikipedia article about the health issues that come along with American football, and it's as broad as sprains, broken limbs, paralysis, or the more insidious CTE that we do not talk enough about because motorcycle crashes excite us. But hearing about an ex-football player having a brain damage-driven psychotic episode doesn't. It's true that motorcycles might kill you if you have a bad enough crash, but football might make you kill your family and then yourself. So you tell me which one's more dangerous.
I think that's supposed to make you feel uncomfortable. It made me feel a little uncomfortable. Yeah. I mean, I just obviously find it really fascinating that just people are just constant that like, again, Americans don't, we love the game, right? It's like the general gladiatorial sports. Like I love watching football too. It's an entertaining sport. I just don't think it can ever be like safe enough. And again, I played football. I love playing football, and I had opportunities to go to college for football, and like I was a good athlete. I've always been a good athlete, and I am very glad that I did not. I probably already got fucking CTE. It'll just come up later. Aaron Hernandez. I have another video with a clip talking about Aaron Hernandez. Like Aaron Hernandez's suicide. Oh shit. Going to Greenland. Sorry. Going to Greenland. That Aaron Hernandez shit really fucked me up. Like when it came out that he had like severely traumatic CTE, like advanced CTE, at being like a 30-year-old kid. I'm like 36, whatever. 30-year-old dude. Like. I can't not see that as at least contributing to what happened to him, to the things that he did. I can't see him as a horrible person. I only see that. And like Chris Benoit had CTE. Like, there's just been so many situations, and every time I feel like it's just like, well, oops, sorry. Anyway, so, I was happy to make that one. Kyle is in the house and Anna's in the house. The people from we already showed, you guys missed it. I already showed the outtakes for the video that you guys were in. Anna was actually manning the camera. There was a fourth person in that passenger video, which was the cameraman, and she was making sure that everything was set. Thank you for helping me. Let me talk about my worst video. The video I think is probably the worst. And I'm going to guess, just, go ahead and just give me like a yep in chat if you agree that this is my worst video. And I'll explain the lessons I learned. Don't worry. I'll be pretty hard on myself too. Here we go. This is my least favorite video I made.
Memorials are fucking cringe, and every one of them should be removed. I've never met a single person who said that they had an epiphany after seeing one of these glorified piles of trash and stopped drinking or speeding or TikTok dancing behind the wheel. In my area, a kid died after getting shot robbing a convenience store and then crashed into some rando's fence. Now there's been empty bottles of liquor and half-burned candles there 24/7 for over a year. Imagine it's your house. You basically won Shirley Jackson's lottery, except instead of a mob stoning you to death, by a random chance, you have to deal with people milling about, leaving garbage outside your fence a few times a week, and you can't clean it up or you're the asshole.
We reached out to Jaden's mother, Kelly Foley, who didn't want to talk on camera, but she did say she doesn't want to see the memorial come down because it's the only way
Told you it was bad.
Her son.
Told you wouldn't like it.
Buries him. There's talk of a crosswalk dedicated to Jaden and even a garden at a local park.
Look, I know this is probably an insanely unpopular opinion, but I am willing to die on this hill.
Okay. So go ahead, just F's, just cringe. You can give me like whatever. You can shit on that in the chat, no problem, no hate here. My problem isn't my opinion. My problem is that I did not justify it well. I want you to know, I haven't pulled it up, but the video I have right before I started shooting this, I distinctly remember saying, "Am I really like to camera? Am I really gonna fucking make this video right now?" And I was just like, "Fuck it." Like I said, like it's just like, let's see what happens is kind of where I was at. And I just didn't give a good argument. It's the song, the music is too strange. It's obviously like a serious topic, right? Kids dying and stuff. Like people reasonably are like, they have emotional reactions about that, even though I don't, right? And that's part of the problem is like through my brain, it's pretty like just not, just doesn't hit the same way. And I read a book called There Is No Accident, or there are no accidents. There are no accidents. Book. And I want to bring more lessons from it. I want to talk more about it formally. And the long and the short of this book is that it's about how we allow dangerous conditions to get people hurt, and that we often, instead of solving the issues, instead of making our roadways safer, instead of making our traffic system safer, we just kind of like divert blame onto individuals, or we find ways to placate victims and not actually do anything. And it gave many examples of places where like lots of people had died for very stupid reasons of like bad road design. And it was just nobody ever did anything about it because nobody's looking at the data. Nobody cares enough. And that was the point I should have made. That was the point that was more important to me. That really was what I was trying to drive home. And I let this stupid story about this, about a real story happen and in this argument I had, talking to people about it, about how frustrating it would be because somebody had like literally hit a fence and died randomly. And then like for a year, like they had stuff there. And I was like, after like 3 weeks, I was like, wow, I wonder if they've talked to the like people that own that place. I just found it to be very strange. That was not a good way. That's like, anyway. So yeah, like I said, I learned that lesson. The music is just a light. I just did bad job. That's it. I don't think the problem is we put and I think and nobody read the thing I said in there, which is like, hey, if you want to have a memorial, why don't you rename a bridge? Why don't you do something permanent that is more, rename a street, right? Do something like that. Do something that means something. To me, it's like when you do the memorial, it's like you're saying, this tragedy happens, and then this parent is now like they're kind of the ones that have to decide when that's okay and when that's done. And like, it's like asking the parent of a child that's murdered. It's like, what do you want to do to the person who's guilty? And what are they going to do? They're going to be like, fucking kill that person. What do you mean? Like, put them away for life. They're not going to have the most objective perspective on what should maybe be done. And that's kind of what I think. It feels like a way of diverting people. Like, it seems like if you need a memorial, maybe you need like, and isn't that what a gravestone's for? Maybe like trauma or help? I don't know. Anyway, I'm an asshole sometimes about stuff. Yeah. Here's my least favorite video. This is the video I made, and this isn't my least favorite video because I think I did a bad job or anything. I think I did fine. I only made like 5 full-size videos. This is the video I made specifically to be able to hand to legislators because I was working on this while we were working on getting lane splitting legalized, which I'm going to put more effort into again for this session, hopefully in Washington, and help anybody in Oregon who's trying to do the same thing. So this is like a very like matter of fact. I was just trying to lay out the arguments in a very plain way, bring people who are not a part of this for thousands of dollars. Here we go. I also wanted to give people the arguments. What I've noticed is that a lot of people who want lane splitting legalized, they struggle with the arguments to use. And I think people divert to arguments that aren't very good or very, like if somebody goes and Googles it, like it's not going to be all that clear. For example, I don't argue lane splitting on the grounds it is more safe. I argue that it is as safe, right? That is why I'm very clear about that. It's not that it's safer. It's just different. We're trading one thing for another more than likely. Like there's more risk in this way and there's less risk in that way. This was me trying to like give the arguments to people to say, this is how you should talk about it. We shouldn't feel bad about any of this. This is not selfishness. This is just pragmatism. So yeah, let's watch a little segment of that. Of personal protective equipment, helmet, gloves, jacket, boots, pants, and high visibility material all help compensate for the lack of a protective cage. Even with all that gear though, accidents on a motorcycle are 30 times more likely to be fatal than in a car, which is why experienced riders focus on providing as many tools as possible to avoid accidents in the first place, which will most often be rider training and education. Lane splitting is an optional tactic for motorcycle riders, and even with full legalization in California, many people still avoid doing it, or only doing it when the benefits are the most obvious, like during peak commute times. The UC Berkeley study showed that riders who took the option to lane split were generally more experienced, drove more miles per year, and wore more protective equipment than those that didn't. The people who will mostly utilize the option to split lanes are largely going to be your longtime riders who are just trying to navigate through traffic efficiently in order to get to their job or their home on a vehicle that provides them additional flexibility in navigating the streets and highways in times of high congestion. With lane splitting legalized, there will no doubt be a change in the demographics and nature of motorcycle accidents. The concerns that there may be an uptick with crashes where motorcycles are lawfully filtering between cars at low speed during traffic are understandable, but these are the accidents that are least likely to end in a fatality. I don't want to sound condescending to anyone, but I have become acutely aware of how unintuitive and hard to internalize the statement that I'm about to make is to people who have never ridden a motorcycle regularly. So I'm just going to say it pretty plainly. There is no way to bring the level of risk that motorcycles inherently have in line with cars. And everyone who rides a motorcycle is aware of this. We, as in motorcycle riders, have accepted that the responsibility for our safety is solely in our hands. And it's not laws that are going to save our lives, it's education and experience. That's why the motorcycle community is so passionate about ensuring that the policies that are on the books match this reality. Riders must be empowered to assess risk moment to moment in order to make the best possible decision about how to navigate our roads. Stonewalling lane splitting legalization hasn't stopped riders like me from experimenting with the practice in states it's illegal. That in and of itself is a huge problem because instead of being provided the most up-to-date information on how to safely execute lane splitting in my motorcycle training, I had to learn the best practices from personal experience and internet forums. We do a disservice to riders when we provide them an inaccurate or incomplete education on motorcycle riding techniques. Not educating riders on... Anyway, that's my video. Like I said, I am trying to imbue. I've noticed that a lot of the people who are out there who want to advocate for lane splitting, who want to talk more about it, who want to engage with it, they just don't have the confidence. They feel, again, they don't know the arguments. They're kind of like, they're not sure. They've inherited. They know it's safe, but anyway. So I'm just trying to fill you with some of the confidence that I have. That's my least favorite video, though. Again, it's fine. It's still good, but it's boring. It isn't interesting to show people, but it's got a purpose, which is sending to legislators. All right. So that was the overview. We are. Yeah. It's not for the normal people. It's for okay, let's see here. All right, I'm going to walk away for a second. We're going to shift gears after this clip. I'm going to play, speaking of lane splitting, I'm going to play, these are the stories of how Washington and Oregon, this is another video I spent a lot of effort on that nobody fucking watched, 2.8K views, 27 minutes. This is a good video. But this is the story from how Washington and Oregon, how close they've gotten. And I really do believe 100% that within the next, I mean, literally any year it could happen for either of these two states. We're so close. Oregon is closer, and Kate Brown's gone. Anyway, let me watch this section here. Which have at least had bills make it out of committee and get some sort of vote. Let's first talk about my home state, Washington.
Joe Beelar believes in the existence of Bigfoot.
My specialty is putting out offerings. If you come back and there's something laying there where that apple was, then probably it was one of our barefoot friends.
There've been a number of those people were silly. I watched a couple of those. Anyway, they're silly people. Washington is a fun place filled with fun people. They all are probably doing lots of drugs. To legalize lane splitting or filtering in Washington, including a bill that I testified for not too long ago.
The reason why we can't support this bill is it's simply not safe.
Alex, Mako.
The best data available today indicates that motorcycle techniques legalized by SB 5622 are not unsafe relative to the risk of every motorcycle rider is taking by getting on the bike.
Now that bill is, we jammed, the story on that is we jammed the fucking lines with people who wanted to testify on behalf of lane splitting, and they only had so much time. So literally only like 10 people could testify, and they gave us 60 fucking seconds. Like they went from being like, we're going to have this open thing, to being like, we literally can't fit anybody in here. But I was one of the few people that they got in. Fuck the cops. Is dead on committee at this point, but I am undeterred, and I'll probably spend a later video talking about all of that. But a previous bill actually made it farther. The closest a bill got to passing in Washington State was 2017, SB 5378, which was a filtering bill that allowed motorcycles to travel at 10 miles per hour greater than the surrounding traffic and not to exceed 25 miles per hour. It also restricted the practice to roadways with 2 or more lanes each direction that are separated by some sort of physical barrier. Basically just I-5 and some smaller highways. It also had some language on allowing motorcycles to use the shoulder during construction and making it an infraction for a car to purposely impede a motorcycle filtering. So, a pretty comprehensive and conservative bill. This bill spent a month going through committees until it received a passing vote in the state Senate, which, as you can see now, getting a vote is extremely uncommon. So, getting a passing vote is a massive victory. From there, it was sent to the House, where it also needs to be passed before it can get to the governor's desk for final approval. And it was sent to the House's Transportation Committee for review. The head of the House Transportation Committee at the time was a woman by the name of Judy Clybourne, pictured here at one of the committee meetings. Judy sat on it for a month and a half, and then sent it back to the Senate Rules Committee. Why did she do this?
I see a very serious injury collision or potentially a death.
The Washington State Patrol doesn't support a change in law.
Have I responded to collisions for unsafe lane changes? A lot. And now you introduce the motorcycle into that.
In a statement from Representative Judy Clybourne, who heads up the House Transportation Committee, she sides with the State Patrol. Reports prepared by nonpartisan Senate staff clearly show that State Patrol and Traffic Safety Commission testified against lane splitting legislation. I share their concerns about safety on our roads.
Now that's disappointing because she's saying she doesn't support it. But what's really frustrating about that is that she's basically saying that if the Traffic Safety Commission and the State Patrol don't support it, then it shouldn't even be discussed. Judy represented Washington State's 41st District, which is also known as the rich motherfucker area. It's the part where Bellevue and Redmond exist in, where all the Lambos are and all the fucking white rich motherfuckers. True. live. Maybe the constituents of the 41st District appreciated that, but everyone else in the state fucking didn't. Isn't it amazing that our government is set up so that a single person can fuck over an issue for the entire state? Wow, what a great country. Now this is not verified, but I did read a letter someone sent to their local news organization editor, which recalled an unofficial statement Judy made about her perspective on the bill. Let me read a snippet from that letter. That was a good shot. It seems that her, Clybourne finds motorcycles to be intimidating and scary. During the conversation, she told her constituent that her committee members lied when they stated they would request a hearing on Senate Bill 5378. When her constituent asked Clybourne to allow the committee to hear the bill and let the committee vote on the bill, she reportedly responded, "No, I will not waste my time." After being chucked back into the Senate, the bill was placed into the X file. No, not the one where weird shit like aliens goes. Actually, I've never seen what's in there, so maybe that is where the weird shit like aliens goes to. I don't know. The X file is for killing bills. It removes any scheduled discussion about it from committees, which makes sense to do when you have a a roadblock like Judy at the head of a critical committee. The good news for us in Washington is that in 2018, Judy Clybourne died. And what? Oh, sorry. The good news for us in Washington is that in 2018, Judy Clybourne retired, which is just as good as her dying. What? What now? She retired, which is better than her dying. Wink. Oh, that's gonna get me banned too? I can't even do it as a joke. I don't want Judy Clybourne to die. Ever. I want her to be immortal. Like a fucking Terminator.
Do you remember the...
I forgot about that joke. That's a good joke. Is that not... Whatever. That's a funny joke. This is why I get so mad when people don't watch it. And yeah, I shopped her face because I didn't even want, she's retired, she's gone. I didn't really want people to even see her. Fuck that lady. She sucks. That was good. All right, one more. This is what was also great. If you want to know how like local governments generally work, like how actually like the pass to the law thing, like this is kind of like a framework of that. Like I explain a lot of it for you. It gets boring pretty quick, but it's also like really frustrating when you realize like how many stopping points. Like you realize why laws don't pass, why things don't get done, why making any type of progress on even obvious shit that is bipartisan and nobody has any problems with, like you see why it's so hard, because there are so many people that can just like fucking slow it down and just do stupid shit, and all that shit should be, again, that's what we should be doing. We should be fixing all that. People should not be allowed to do that shit. Anyway, we're gonna do the Oregon one too. This is another good story. Yeah, and again, I can't talk entirely for 4 hours, so I'm gonna play some of the videos that I've already made for you. Yeah.
The 90s.
Yeah?
You know, people were talking about getting piercings and getting tribal tattoos.
Yeah?
And people were singing about saving the planet and forming bands.
Yeah?
There's a place where that idea still exists as a reality, and I've been there.
Where is it?
Portland.
Oregon?
Yeah.
I know I've been
That's a
going
fucking
for a
lot,
while,
man.
but I need to give out a lot of context and then speculate a bit in order to explain how the hell Oregon had a lane-splitting bill make it all the way through the Senate, all the way through the House, and get placed on the governor's desk only to be vetoed. I might make a whole video at some point later on because so much effort was put into this bill by legislators, committees, outside organizations. I could literally talk about it for 20 minutes, so I'm only giving you the broad strokes here. SB 574 was a comprehensive bill. It was in line with most conservative speed restrictions, only in traffic traveling at 10 miles per hour or less, and exceeding surrounding traffic by no more than 10 miles an hour. Formal analysis was conducted in the form of revenue, fiscal impact, and open government impact statements. Written summaries were created for the House and Senate members to review before they voted. Amendments were written in. Over 600 people testified on it in one way or another. So much work went into getting this bill to pass both chambers, and it was obviously worth it because this bill passed with bipartisan support. 60% of the Senate supported it, and 70% of the House supported it. And I'm sure at that point, everyone was feeling great, patting each other on the backs in appreciation of all the hard work that they had done. And then, Governor Kate Brown shit all over it. In a statement she wrote to the House and Senate after the veto, she said, "I have several concerns with the bill as currently drafted, particularly related to public safety and non-compliance. Many stakeholders, including law enforcement agencies and members of the public, remain concerned that lane filtering is unsafe for both motorcycles and the drivers that share the road, due to serious injuries and death that commonly result from motorcycle-involved accidents. Based on these concerns, I am returning SB 574 unsigned and disapproved." Reading between the lines and integrating the research that I've done so far, I think that law enforcement and insurance companies had private communications with Kate Brown and convinced her not to sign it. Now, the Oregon House and Senate aren't off the hook entirely because they could have overrode the governor's veto by having a 2/3 vote in each chamber, which, if you remember, they already had 70% in the House and 60% in the Senate, so they literally need to get one more state senator on board. Where do you go from here? Well, you're gonna have to get that governor on board or get a new governor, but like, only if you disagree with her on other shit too. Don't be one of these people that has like one issue you vote entirely off of. Or if you are, at least make... Governor Kate Brown commuted like a bunch of people's drug shit on her way out. So that was pretty based. To be clear, I don't blame her. This is what happens when these lane splitting bills come up. This is exactly what happens. I watched the video I had planned. I watched like the public hearing on this bill in Oregon, and there was the first person to talk was like for 10 minutes was this fucking cop, this ex-cop who was like, "I did this," and he did the whole fucking cop. He's like, "Here's my rap sheet, and I was a fucking motorcycle cop," and he just went over, and he just wouldn't shut the fuck up. He just like threw out, he did the Gish Gallop, right? He was just throwing out random like statistics from other countries about like accidents and data and like fatality, and it was just like, bro, shut the fuck up. These bills go through, And then they went to the governor, like, and again, there was a truckers association that spoke, and the truckers were like, we don't support this, because they were basically like, we're really scared that our truckers are too stupid and they're going to just like smash into bikes, and like that's going to make our life worse, was basically the truckers' position. And then there was an insurance company, I think it was Geico or one of the major ones, maybe it was Progressive or whatever, or maybe it was, I don't know, some lobby. And she was very calmly, she was like, we don't support this because we have concerns about the safety of motorcycles, blah, blah, blah. Basically being like, oh, if there's more accidents, we're going to have to pay for more people's shit. And like, that would fucking suck. So they're all coming at it from just like concerns about their own liability. That's literally all that it is. And they go to the governor and they say, guess what's going to happen? You're going to legalize this shit, and you know what's going to happen? People are going to fucking die. Motorcyclists are going to die. They're going to get a bunch of horrific crashes. You're going to see it, and then you know what we're going to say? Kate Brown fucking passed that law, and that we're going to run against you. We're going to talk about how you fucking did this. And when they asked the Washington State Patrol, when they asked the Oregon State Patrol or whatever why people are dying and what they can do, we're just going to be like, well, we shouldn't have done this law. You know, it's like that's literally how this happens. It's so pathetic and small-minded, and nobody just gives a shit. It's just like nobody wants to like not make things illegal. They love things being illegal. Anyway, that's how that shit works. This is a good video. If you want to just go for memes, watch this video. I go through like literally I found like weird memes from every state. So, yeah, so changing gears. I'm going to talk about my goals for this next year. Let me answer a question I saw. My favorite road in Seattle is actually going back to this one. So fucking Judy Clyburn's old place. And this is one of my goals for next year come spring. Mercer Island right here. This is the racetrack. This is the Seattle racetrack that is hidden from people, that they won't tell you. This is what I want to do. I want to do a run around this. Why is this so awesome? Oh, let me show you. Let me show you, friend. Check this shit out. Look at this fucking road. So I've done this a bunch, and these are super tight twisties. They are like 25 miles an hour. These are it's sketchy to ride. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, here you go. I'll show you. These are like really like steep, like it's really steep on each side, and there's very low visibility. We need to go up one. Let's go. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, like it's pretty steep and it's sharp, but it's so fun. And unfortunately, there are people that walk around this on the edge. So this is my fear in doing this, is that somebody is either A, gonna rip off the edge and fucking die or hit somebody's houses. Like, this is like rich people country. If we do something, they're gonna be pissed. Like, they're gonna fucking go to the cops about it. They're gonna fucking go to the mayor and be like, motorcycles showed up and they destroyed it. You know, like that's how they're gonna act. And like, that's a fucking thing I don't really want to deal with. And it's possible that, like, again, we could go, my plan is to do it super early, because come like the weekends and stuff, like people are walking around this the whole way. So, but it's an absolutely insanely fun ride. It is so good to just rip through. That's my favorite ride. So yeah, that's one of the things I want to do. I'm thinking about doing that in the summer time or something. I'll probably just broadcast that on Reddit and maybe on my YouTube channel. I don't know how many people would show up, but it would just be like a lap one way and then a lap another, and then maybe go out like to some breakfast or something, or go downtown. I don't know. One of my other goals this year, I want to get to 100,000 subscribers. Obviously, that's like a big thing that everybody wants to do. That's like the YouTube. That's like the first. That's like you made it in the YouTube world because you get that fucking plaque. Which it definitely doesn't mean that anymore. People who have 100,000 subscribers can maybe make 20, 30K totally, like, in the entire year, unless they're in the right niche with the right market, you know, like getting the right sponsorships. Like, being a YouTube person, like, professionally is so, I can't imagine it. Like, it does not seem viable to me at all. Like, think of health insurance. You got to buy health insurance. Like, what the fuck? Anyway. Yeah, I think if you look, so in the last month, I've gotten 3K subscribers in the last month. That's pretty good. I think that, I think it's very possible. If you look at the last 90 days and you look at my subscriber growth, I think I've had days where I got like 500 subscribers in a day. I think that it's entirely possible that, continuing to pump out shorts, continuing to cover, again, another reason I chose the shorts is because they are not, I'm really bad at thumbnails. Like people just don't click my shit. Right? Like it's a fucking massive waste of time, but I can make a compelling short that people want to like engage with and watch. So I think I could get there. That's a goal I have. Anybody when you share my videos, you are helping so much. When you comment, when you thumbs up, those are just amazing things that you are helping me. If you like me, do that shit. If I make a short that you like think is fucking cool or funny, share it to your friends. Like I try to make them funny enough. Like I've had a lot of comments from people that are like, I've never ridden before. Now I'm thinking about it. Or I don't even have a motorcycle, but I like cars. And like, anyway, if it's relevant to them, of course. Or if you just want, if you want to share somebody who's talking a lot of shit about cops, I find that that's helpful for some people too. I want to get on what am I doing here? I need to do this. I want to get on other people's platforms. So this is kind of like supplemental to the long form things. I've had ideas for like a podcast, like a Q&A. I think there's like this would be my own like unique thing, but I've been thinking about getting a couple people together to do. I just think like men, like I am just so sad for men. I'm so sad that Andrew Tate is popular. Like I'm so sad that I get people that in comments that are like, you fucking suck. F slur, like call like Top G, which is Andrew Tate. Like the role models for men and the people talking about men's issues. I just don't think there's enough good people doing it. And so, because I am also like, again, I am uniquely unafraid of talking about like very serious conversations. I had that idea as something. Other people have platforms where they're doing some of that stuff too. I want to get on some fucking streamer's platform. I want to get on Destiny's platform and I want to ask him like why he doesn't ride a fucking motorcycle. I thought about getting on one of these panel shows. Just finding people. If you're watching this and you have an idea and you're doing it, like anybody, I'm willing to like try things, and if they don't work out, like that's totally fine. I'm willing to try things, but I need to find people who are like already kind of doing it so that I don't have to like do it all, because my time is just my constraint. Like that's my biggest constraint. I got, like I said, a full-time job and my part-time YouTube job. So if you know anybody, if you have ins with any of these people, I've been recently seeing more like people that I watch like commenting on my videos, which is awesome. It's like a really cool feeling. But yeah, if you know any of those people, you have any ins on those people, that's what you can help me with. Yeah, fucking that Andrew Tate shit. That guy, what a moron. I have another Patreon tier idea where I would be able to fund art from specific people. So I have like a lot of cool like motorcycle sticker ideas, designs, and I would love to do something where it's like I could do like a sticker of the month. I thought about something like that would be super cool. But I need an artist and I want to pay them for their time. Like I don't really want to take like free. I don't want to be like Hassan where I'm making $1 million and then like, getting my community to make free shit for me. That's an idea I have for sure, that I would need help with, obviously, because I don't want to really do the printing. I was able to find like a sticker creator, like a friend of a friend creates kind of custom stickers. And so I could maybe have them like, I want to like send them the design that I work with somebody from my community on. But we'll see how that goes. And of course, one of my biggest goals is to get lane splitting legalized in Washington. After the new year here, I am going to start reaching out to the fucking same politicians that I dealt with in the last time. We need to make changes to the bill. Like Washington State Department of Transportation, they want like all these specifics. The Washington State bill was really like the Oregon one was like super like it's like long. It's like 40 fucking lines, and the Washington one is like 10. And that's so like. That's the problem, is that people want more constraints on it. They want more restrictions. They want more fleshed out before they're willing to vote for it. And so I think we'll have to do something closer to Oregon. Whereas like Utah is kind of just like, yeah, you can do it now. Like Utah was super, a lot of the other states are a lot simpler. So yeah, those are my goals. And we're going to move to the AMA here soon in Discord. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lay out how to do it and how to be a part of it, and then we're going to, here we go. Let me do and create invite. Invite people, copy. Here we go. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to, we're gonna play this clip, which is of this video that nobody watched, which is so good. But I'm gonna invite any of you to come. I have a Discord. It's very queer friendly, trans friendly. Like we talk about motorcycles. I mean, it's the stuff I talk about. So that's what you can expect. You're more than welcome to join. It's especially, a lot of people ask me questions. Like I get DMs from people on like Instagram, and like I get a lot of questions that are more generic about motorcycles. I'm not a mechanics guy. I don't know if you saw my video on not warming up your motorcycle, but that was probably your first hint. Your second hint might have been any of my videos about replacing motorcycle tires or patching them. Those are probably, again, more signs that I'm not very mechanically inclined. I'm just not patient enough for it. And then another thing I'm not really great at is like, I don't really know models. I know styles generally from my own shopping, but I've had like 4 R1s. I've been riding R1s for the last like decade plus, 15 years almost, been riding R1s. And I've had other bikes too in addition, but like, that's what I know. So if you join the Discord, you can ask those types of questions, and it's very new person friendly. Yeah, so I'm going to drop that in here. Actually, oh God, Streamlabs wants me to sign in. So, and if nobody's in Discord, if nobody figures this out, that's totally fine. We'll just move on to the chat Q&A. So I'm going to announce in my Discord here. We're gonna play this clip. While I'm going, I'm gonna play this clip. This is from a video I made about the genetics, about how I really wanted to investigate. Again, this is like part of like the men, why more men ride motorcycles. This was part of it. Is I started saying, is there any, because there's a lot of people who say like riding is in the blood, like that it is a genetic predisposition. I found that was not exactly a correct claim. So the article is saying that there is a dopamine receptor gene variant that's in a minority of the population that has then been linked to increased prehistoric human migration, which is connected to behaviors like seeking new experiences and traveling, which they then credit as driving people to ride motorcycles. That's like a lot of layers of abstraction between those two things. When you take a closer look at the study, and I think it's also important to note that although this article is relatively recent, from 2016, the study is from 1999. I'll talk more about the quality and evolution of our understanding of human genetics later on, but let me just say that we have made a lot of progress since this paper was published.
A DNA strand like me is a blueprint for building a living thing. Using sophisticated techniques, thinking machine supercomputers and gene sequencers break down the strand in minutes. And virtual reality displays show our geneticists the gaps in the DNA sequence.
There is a lot of critical context from the authors of the study that is not mentioned in the article at all. Let me give you some highlights. Although the analysis revealed a close association between the DRD4 gene and population migration, the causal relationship between the two is unclear. An equally plausible scenario is that groups migrated not because of the founding fathers' genetic makeup, but due to other causes such as war and the depletion of natural resources. The eventual differences in the allele frequencies of DRD4 between those who migrated and those who did not were a result of natural selection or deselection of the gene over the millennia. One wonders whether a wide variety of other genes might show similarly high levels of association with migration. So the authors of the gene say it's possible the DRD4 gene is involved in the migration, but they also threw out many other causes that have nothing to do with genetics. And of course, the study makes no connection to motorcycles at all. The Moto Writer article and quoted psychologists have taken massive leaps in logic to connect behavior like migration, which happens over hundreds or thousands of years and is also influenced by any number of geopolitical situations, to a single gene variant.
What this article does do, though, is get us closer to the core of where these claims of a motorcycle gene come from, this DR-D4 variant. Before we dig deep on that gene, though, let's look at the other source study for the claims of genetic affinity for riding. This 2012 Visor Down article spawned at least a dozen 90% copy-pasted versions on a variety of small, shitty motorcycle websites. The source article references a study, yes, with air quotes, published by an insurance company called Bennett's, which claimed that bikers had the matching personality traits associated with the DR-D4 variant, which they call the novelty-seeking gene. More air quotes. You get an air quote, you get an air quote. Our research tells us that most bikers were introduced to biking through a family member and that all questions related to the NS gene personality traits, such as being a risk taker and the biker's emotional attachment to his or her bike, resulted in very high scores. This reveals that a majority of biking families will be passing on an NS gene, which in turn is also being reinforced by an environment in which bikers are setting an example and sharing their love of biking. It's certainly in the blood from what I can see. So this is another article where a psychologist has connected novelty-seeking behaviors as defined by this, I'm going to call it a survey because the study seems less accurate for reasons we're going to go into in just a moment, novelty-seeking traits like risk-taking, low boredom threshold, and spontaneity. And the conclusion from the psychologist is since bikers self-reported having high marks in these behavior traits, and because most motorcycle riders in their survey were introduced to bikes by family members, there is clearly genetic factors at play. Wait, hold the fuck on. Is this the same psychologist from the other article? Oh, it's not. Okay, whew. They are apparently both British though, so that's a connection. And this one was a police psychologist? I wonder if she used the same rigorous analysis techniques to hunt down terrorists. No time to think about that though. If the first major problem one runs into trying to verify any of this is that for the life of me, I could not find the source study anywhere. It's not linked in the Visor Down article, I couldn't find it on the Bennett's website, keyword searches failed me, I don't know what the fuck the deal is here. If I had to guess based on other studies I've seen from insurance companies, it was likely a simple survey of their customers. I have a bit of a rule about self-reported studies where I don't confidently draw broad conclusions about anything from them. That's enough trying to learn from other people's analysis. It's time to find out what the hell science can actually tell us about this DR-D4-7R.
I'm going to teach you some genetics.
You might have guessed
here.
it based on the intuitive naming, but the DR stands for dopamine receptor, and it's often just referred to as D and then a number afterward. D4 is the fourth gene that has been identified as having some sort of impact on dopamine receptors. The R in 7R stands for repeats, as in how many times does this specific genetic sequence repeat in your genome before becoming something else. The D4 gene has been observed to have 2 to 11 repeats, but 2, 4, 7 are the most common, and they account for what 90% of the population has. It sits on the 11th chromosome near the telomere. That's the tip area at the end here. You know, the part where you wind the chromosome condom down from. I think most people understand that dopamine is a chemical that's involved in making you feel pleasure or satisfaction. Dopamine receptors are part of our central nervous system, the spine and the brain, and they're believed to influence many neurological processes, including motivation, pleasure, cognition, memory, learning, and fine motor control. So it is very plausible that dopamine receptors could play part in human desires to ride a motorcycle. The real question is, how much can we isolate genetics as the driving factor in our connection to motorcycles? Now that you know what it does, you might not be surprised at this point to find out that motorcycles are not the only thing that people are claiming confidently that this D47 gene leads to, and yet almost all of it is either overemphasized or premature. ADHD is a condition that's attributed mostly to our biology and is claimed to be influenced by the D47 gene. Several studies
hold on. I'm going to fast forward you guys to this because this is the part I'm going to ruin the video, but this was too funny not to mention. So I'm going to take you right to the conclusion.
Regardless of how tenuous that connection is, that realization led me to question the absolute fundamentals of the arguments people were making in places like the Visor Down article. And that's when I found out that this statistic, that only 20% of the global population has this gene, was really a mischaracterization.
Not everyone has the 7R allele, though. In fact, only about 20% of people do.
20% of you, that may actually be true.
It's because 20% of us are genetically different.
Realizing the truth of this statistic was how I have come to the conclusion that Anyone who says that this D47 gene increases the likelihood someone rides a motorcycle in any measurable way is full of shit. Why? Well, it turns out that this 20% global distribution does not mean that it's 20% equally across all populations, all societies, all countries. Quite the fucking opposite, in fact. In the Americas, where motorcycles are a thing, but by no means a common form of transportation, and in fact, it's usually more of a luxury or recreational vehicle, almost 50% of people have this D47 gene variant. But in East and Southeast Asia, where two-wheel motorcycle transportation is far more normalized, the D47 allele was only present in 1.9% of the population. I feel like this fact should have really sent everyone who was making this claim back to the fucking drawing board. Ignorance about genetic cause and effect is not new.
That was it.
And
I want you to know, I found that out. I did all the research for this video, like looking into like the first studies that they talked about, because they had all this bullshit about human migration and how that was like, it was like a novelty seeking gene. And it was like near the end of my research that I found out, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? That was really hard to find. Yeah, all that shit's bullshit. There's nothing genetic about it, anything more than, you know, whatever. Or if it is, it's probably far more complicated. Anyway. All right, we're doing it. We're doing it. Our first one. So if you just joined the Discord, great. I'm not entirely, I've never done this before, so it's entirely possible that I did a bad job and like you might not be able to connect. But you need to get into the altar. And if you get into the altar, I will bring you in one by one into my secret zone, my secret garden, as they say. Let me see. Am I doing streamer mode? Let's see. Should I do this in Discord? Yes, I'm going to try it this way. I'm going to, we're probably going to have to test this, so we'll see. Jumping in the confession. Jumping in here. Do you... You are muted. I'm going to get in the altar, maybe. I'm going to get in the altar. Oh, okay. I can't even talk in that one. Okay, that's a problem. Well, can you hear me? Are you turning on your camera? Is that what's happening? Okay. Do you hear me? I don't hear you, but that's probably my fault. Let me double check my... You have like a legit streaming setup now. You're going to make me... Okay. Are you? I don't see you transmitting. I don't see you transmitting in Discord. Can you?
Wait, you don't?
Oh, I hear you now. I hear you now. I hear you now.
Okay, cool.
You're good. Can chat also confirm that they can actually? You know what? Talk a little bit more. I'll just.
Okay, so I'm just gonna talk about random bullshit right now because you know it's kind of my job.
Yes. Yes. Here we go.
Right. Perfect.
Why is this not showing up on my... Oh, disable streamer mode. I think that's why.
Oh, do I need to do that?
No, it's like a safety thing inside of... I think it's
right.
preventing it from...
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm just like... I'm a pinecone sometimes.
Okay, here
also, we go. Why am I so fucking washed out? I'm going to turn on a backlight real quick, so I'm just going to like fix that.
It's fine. I have to figure out how to fucking make this work. Disco.
I mean, like, it's literally my job to do this.
You don't...
It's like not on YouTube.
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
Okay. We did it. We're here.
We did it. Okay, but
I
am... Can you
am...
see me?
Disco's over the top. There we go. There we go. We did it. Okay. Hello. You feel free to introduce yourself.
All right, so my name is Svetlana. I am a model who also does some political activism work for the sex work industry, and I am a multi-car owning, just random redhead. So yeah, I guess #AMA. And also I have a slight coffee addiction.
So full disclosure, I've known Svetlana for basically since I started my YouTube channel. Yeah, you're one of the first people that reached out to me and was like, you were like, I used to watch Cycle Cruiser, but I think maybe he's full of shit. I think maybe he doesn't know what he's talking about. I think you've maybe convinced me he doesn't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, because I remember very clearly reaching out to you on that because basically back when I started writing back in 2016, CC's videos were unfortunately a little bit too heavily, or inspired my choice of things a little bit too much.
It's all you can find. He had every topic covered that you could possibly want to know about motorcycles.
Yeah, and that's exactly the issue too, because basically whenever you have someone covering everything who's on a motorcycle, you're like, oh, this person is clearly speaking from a position of authority, and that's like that logical fallacy of arguing from authority. It's like, yeah, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately, or shall I say, fortunately.
And he's been making videos since 2013 too, so like he's big in the algorithm. They've actually made a lot of adjustments to the algorithm now that, like, again, I think that's part of why he doesn't get any views anymore, is because his shit is just not engaging for users. It's funny for me to watch his videos and notice like he shrunk down his intro, and like he gets to things faster now.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I haven't watched one of his videos since like I think when I was bored at work that one time and we were having that one conversation. I just like did a deep dive on him.
They're not good. They're really bad now. They're not fun. They're not funny or even. They're not even worth like watching at all for like to make fun of. Yeah.
Who? I mean, I guess like any reason I have though to drink is something that I'm definitely going to be taking advantage of though. If I'm being totally honest with you. But granted, that's just like this fucking.
Who are we making fun of right now?
Cycle Cruiser.
Yeah, the world's greatest YouTuber to say the least.
Am I going? Do I have?
In relation to them, I have one question.
Okay. Go for it.
Who? Who?
Cycle Cruiser.
Yeah, like have you ever heard of them?
Okay. Look, you need to Google this. I'm not walking you through this.
I mean,
you either know or you don't. Actually,
yeah, like, honestly, it's like that's the point where I'm just like,
I'm just making fun of them for getting zero engagement.
Yeah, but
okay,
I'm going to play later on.
Making fun of their lack of growth.
I'm going to play the clip that I have from my 5-year collection that has like the Cycle Cruiser story, because it's funny. Like it's really funny. But yeah, I feel like okay, it's the AMA time. We can talk shit later if we just want to do. So I expect you guys to have questions for me that are going to be entertaining and interesting for the audience. So please.
Wait, there's an AMA?
Oh, wait. It's on us to ask the question, and I thought chat was asking us the question.
Correct. No. That is later. That's the later part. This is the part where you're going to ask me a question, and if not, then I'm going to move on to chat questions. But we can do that.
Okay, so I'm just like going to start off with the softball one. Why the R1?
Why the R1? So, you know, when I first started riding, they were like 600 was like, I knew I wanted a street bike, like 100% was just like, I fucking want a street bike. And I got a Kawasaki ZZR 600 first. It was like an 06. And I mean, it was a mint bike, and I fucking destroyed it. I mean, I flipped it, I ripped it, like I decimated that poor bike. And I think honestly, it was just the 1000cc. I was like, I'm ready to fucking upgrade. Like I love going fast. I want a fucking sick looking bike. This guy had this 2006 Raven. It was the Raven color. Like the Raven R1 is just such a beautiful bike, and the 2006 version I had, it was just blacked out. It was so cool looking. I mean, this is like Christopher Nolan world where like the Batman movies are coming out. I'm like, bro, this looks like such a cool Batman fucking bike. Like it was just fucking awesome. And the position didn't bother me. Like I just wanted to, gotta go fast. And after that, it was like the cross-plane stuff was super cool. That was what led me to got the 09. Like, again, like there was a really good deal up in Seattle. I was living down in Portland. I came up to Seattle. I think I bought an 09 in 2012 or 2011 for like $8,000 or something. It was something that was relatively inexpensive at the time. And yeah, I just stuck with it ever since then. And then when the cop shit happened, I was like debating on bike. I was looking at like anything. I mean, I was looking at, I think you were like, I was looking at electric bikes. Like I was looking at like these really fast, the lightning ones that are like $40,000. And someone in another motorcycle Discord had mentioned they're like, you got to get the M version. I'm like, what? And then I looked at it and I was like, that's exactly what I need to do. And
yeah, I'm trying to remember who that was, because like that, I remember like that was back when it was like a group of like 4 of us.
Yeah, I don't remember. It has been too long, but
I know it wasn't me though.
No,
that's what I remember.
No, it was someone. They had a Pepe avatar. I remember the Pepe avatar, but that was a lot of people. That's always been a lot of people.
That's a good point. Yeah, so it looks like I'm the only one getting to ask you questions.
Yeah, a bunch of people joined the Discord, and then but did not. Did I mess with permissions? Can people not get into it?
No, you can get into it. You can get into it. People just aren't joining right now. So that's kind of interesting.
What got me into okay. Well, before they left, they provided me Moosin. Okay, here we go. So what got me into riding? I was a big bicycle guy. I was a really big bicycle guy. I was like a latchkey kid, and so like I live with my grandparents, and they did not. They didn't watch me very closely. I mean, I definitely remember being like 6 years old, left at home alone, and like getting into the ice cream and like having too much ice cream, and like this is like a core memory for me, is eating it and then like getting like the sugar high, and then like realizing I was alone, and then feeling alone, and then feeling scared, and then thinking about death, and then thinking about a bit like, and it just like I just spiraled as a little kid anyway. But I would go out on my weekends and like I would ride my bicycle like miles to get to friends' houses, like instead of, because I just wanted to be independent. Like I didn't want to have to worry about anybody. I didn't want to have to, like, I kind of had some unreliable parental figures in my life that like didn't really, couldn't really be relied on, or were just busy, working multiple jobs. So bicycles became, that was like part of athletics, and that was part of just kind of like doing sports and stuff. And that seemed like a natural thing. Like my dad put me on the back of a motorcycle. It scared the fuck out of me. Absolutely scared the fuck out of me. When I was like 8 or 9, like I remember feeling like I was going to fall off and like really not liking it. And then he had a buddy named Rex who his whole forearm was like just road rashed over, like the bone, like you could see the bone basically. And like, so he was like a cool, funny guy, but like, it was like the warning. It was like motorcycles are fucking dangerous. And, I think I turned like 19 and it was like, fuck it. Like I'm my own person. Like I want to do this thing. Like, and I bought my bike, and then like every one of my friends got a bike after me. Like literally, like I was living in a house like 3 or 4 people, and we all got motorcycles within like 6 months. And then within like 2 years, like I was the only one that had one anymore, because most people had crashed. Yeah.
Yeah. I know that question wasn't directed towards me, but I remember once my mom found out that I bought the bike that I got. So further, basically what happened was I bought the bike, and like I hid it in my friend's house for basically 3 days until after the dealer's like 72-hour return policy clearly lapsed.
What was it?
Basically the dealer had a
no, the bike. Sorry, the bike.
A 2015 CBR 500R, aka the greatest commuter bike in the history of the world. Because like ridiculously good fuel economy. It looked pretty good too. It was the black. Nothing too special, but it was nice. And I love it. Super reliable, super comfortable. And basically I hid it in my friend's house for a few days until that period had lapsed. Then I ended up bringing it home, and my mom found out about it before I brought it home.
And what'd she do?
A mutual friend.
Shit down your throat. She like, sell it, get the fuck out of here.
She wasn't happy with me because basically one of my great uncles, I believe it was a great uncle, or was it one of my cousins? Sorry, Eastern European family stereotypes. But basically crashed a motorcycle and died back in the 70s, like back before safety stuff for bikes was even a thing. Because like at this point, it's like, you go down to over 100, there's still a good chance that you can survive if you're like me and are one of those weird ATGAT bitches.
Yeah.
Yeah, which
I've seen people like not in all the gear like make it out okay. I mean, it's
exactly.
not constant.
It's really the main thing. Like the main thing, as long as you're being smart and like, and you have a helmet on, like that's the main thing. If you have a helmet, you're going to be good.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I had my stepdad. He was like, he like rode motorcycles, and he absolutely was convinced that like I could not. He was mad. He was like concerned for my safety, and he was basically like, he's this guy who's also super athletic, and he almost went pro in baseball and had like a car accident that like took him out and kind of like squashed all those dreams. But he basically was like, I was the best. I was like, he's somebody who like, he's like the true alpha male. Like he's very V-shaped. Like he's very intimidating and scary looking, but he's also very charismatic. And like, he's a very intelligent guy, but he was like, if I can't control it, like if I was going to lay down and I'm like the best, like, then you definitely can. I'm like, okay, whatever, teacher. Like whatever, dude.
Yeah. I totally know what you mean there. Also one thing that I want to throw out, because I know I have at least one St. Louis peep watching the stream right now. Happy New Year to all of my Midwest friends, especially those of you back home in the 314. Greetings from the desert, where I'm enjoying a 55-degree night.
That's right. We rolled over. I forgot that that was happening.
Hey, not a problem. I mean, it's why you have me here to keep you in line.
Did you have all the freeze over last week.
Back in St. Louis, they did. Yeah, but remember, I live in Phoenix now.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's what I mean.
like,
Like
we're
you,
tied away.
but Texas was kind of
we
fucked
did.
too. I wasn't sure if it
Yeah,
got
we didn't
that
have
there
it.
too.
Like we avoided it. It did get close to, if not right at freezing a couple of times. But like with regards to a hard freeze, we were totally fine. No issues whatsoever. Also, one thing I want to point out, real quick, why would you? Someone mentioned something about device for running from the cops. I would never do this for the record, but the number one thing you need to do is like get off the highway. It's like you're going to be totally screwed if you try to run from the cops on the interstate.
You know, funnily enough, I have one of the videos in my next batch that you'll see in the next couple of weeks is basically questioning, is running from the cops the correct decision? That's one. And then one I haven't finished writing yet, but is like in my next probably set, is how to evade a helicopter. And yeah, it does seem like, I mean, like if you think about it, running from cops, and I'm going to ruin the video, but like there's kind of like two situations. Like we saw that video recently of the guy who like was behind all the people who just ran through the stoplight, and then he stayed, and then the cop rolls up and then fucking like talks a bunch of shit to him. But like cops can't really chase you through traffic. Like they just can't. And if you take a couple rights, if you go into an alley, like maybe a variable situation is if you live in fucking way the fuck out there. And not that you should. I'm not saying you should run. I'm not saying you should run. I'm not.
Yeah, very much you should, for legal reasons, you should very much never run from the police.
I'm just saying that like it really is like, if you're going 160 down the highway, if you're going 130 and a cop like lights up right behind you, like if you do not slow down, how long is it going to take those police fucking Fords to like catch up to you? If ever. They won't. I mean, they just can't. And if you get off the highway, if you take a couple rights, if it's dark and you can just like pull in somewhere, I mean, like, I think that's just a reality. And the cops are traumatized by that reality because it's so mad people don't get tickets. They want to give you a ticket and you won't let them give them a ticket. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, like the only speeding ticket I've ever received was back when I was actually driving from Arizona back to St. Louis for my grandmother's funeral. It was in Lordsburg, New Mexico. I got pulled over in a rental Toyota Camry doing 88 and a 65, and like I was chill with the cop. You know, I was just like chill. I got a little bit lucky, and then I just hired a lawyer and I fought the ticket. And I think I had to like donate $100 to the Lordsburg Police Athletic League, and like I was just let off. And so it's like it's one of those things where like speeding is very much one of those offenses, so to speak, traffic issues, I guess, where it's legal for a price, right? Now, I would never advocate breaking the law. You know, me personally, I would never go above 65 miles an hour or 75, depending on the highway. You know, as you say, Alex, obey all posted.
I obey all posted signs and speed limits. Yep,
exactly. Thank you. Yeah, and that may also just be like my inner law student speaking as well. Which, yes, I am a law student. You can be in the industry and be a law student at the same time, apparently.
Yeah, I have not had many interactions with the cops in the last couple of years. The only ticket I've gotten in the last years was in my truck, and it was driving to the track last year. I got fucking pulled over, not a mile from the track. There's a Washington State Patrol area there, and they fucking literally lit me up. I was so pissed off.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I got pulled over a week ago or so for having my Mustang's license plate lights being out. I was like, shit.
None of that shit should be illegal. We got to get rid of all that.
I mean, like that's one of those things where it was like, obviously I didn't get a ticket for it, but they're like, hey, just want to let you know. I'm like, okay, hey, you know, like that's cool. It was actually a very oddly positive experience, although I do have basically supporting public safety Arizona license plate on my car, so I have a feeling that probably played a part. But hey, you know.
Yeah, someone else in the Discord mentioned about how they have friends that work for, you know, various legal entities and how easy that gets you out of stuff.
That was me. I think that was me.
It's been multiple people. You're definitely one of them, but I don't want to call out the other person just in case. You never know how things are, but it's like that.
That's a good point.
It's like one of those things that's like, haha, we all laugh about it, but it's also like, man, that's kind of fucked up that like that's just how it all works.
Yeah, it really is. But yeah, you know.
Fran Bunny, you keep splitting like you do, like that video. So Fran Bunny, let me have some of their some of their clips. They're a cruiser rider, and I had to have the contrast for the video that I posted today, for lane splitting. Yeah, get a veteran plate. There you go.
Yeah, definitely do that. Definitely do that, because that's one of those situations where yeah, because the only thing better than supporting law enforcement plate or like sticker or whatever, or in my Volkswagen.
Get the thin blue line. I would rather send my fucking R1M into the fucking sun than put a goddamn thin blue line sticker on it. Even though it would match really well, like the black and like against the silver and that blue, it'd be a perfect match. But
yeah, so I'm gonna sip my coffee right now.
I was gonna do a goal for. Sorry, I'm just gonna put this on really quick. I had this.
Totally fine.
You probably didn't see.
I should have jokingly put up my thin blue line flag that I have buried somewhere in this house. I should have put that up behind.
I'm glad. It would be triggering for me. We are doing for everyone who just got here. We're doing an AMA. If you want to join the AMA, you can come in. I just posted my Discord. It's also in the chat. Join the altar, and if not, we're gonna go to another section. I have another section. It's fine. This was the most variable part for me, was whether or not people were going to show up and get in the chat and do that.
There's the Squid hat.
Yeah. I was going to do, if I earned $100, I was going to wear this.
Gotcha.
That's my plan. This was like anyway, I don't know.
God, Alex, you're like taking after me by being a cam girl right now. Like you'll do something, and if you earn $100, that's some shit that I would do.
I am very. I don't have a lot of things that actually affect my dignity. It would be very easy to financially. I know, like, I'm not against sex work. I don't think I've ever said anything that.
No, you haven't.
That indicates I would ever have a problem with that.
The reason I'm laughing, by the way, is because so like I'm taking tonight off from cam, obviously. And also, for the record, anyone who like wants to hop in, this is like one of the few times you'll actually be able to chat with me for free. Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, this is true. This is true.
Yeah. But yeah, basically, like I'm just like looking around like all the shit that I have from last night's stream, and I'm just like, holy shit, yeah, it's actually kind of comical. I'm not going to show any of it because I don't want to get you demonetized.
Yeah, you've done like a whole streaming setup.
Yeah, like I have 2 monitors. I need to upgrade my camera though. It's right now I'm running like a Logitech. I'm a G922 or something from a few years ago. And then like I have my new computer that that someone from the website actually bought for me. Not that works for the website, but someone I met on the website. It was pretty beautiful.
You have 2. You have a streaming computer and a regular one now. Do you have 2? Or is it the same one?
Yeah. So basically, like this is just my regular computer. It just so happens to also be my streaming computer. But like my old work laptop. I call it my work laptop. My old streaming laptop, basically, it was like 4 years old, and it couldn't even run Black Ops 3 anymore. And I'm like, this thing is dying. So it was very tragic. So I went from having a i7 87 or 8650H and a GTX 1650 to a i7 12700F and a RTX 3060 Ti.
I think that's a lot. I have not paid attention to GPUs, but that sounds like a fast system to me.
Yeah, it's a massive upgrade. Basically, I can have all of this going right now, and my computer isn't even making a sound. It is genuinely beautiful, and it is air cooled.
That's hot. I love it.
Yeah, it really is. And then obviously, like I have the same tapestry as well as guitars in the background because why the hell not?
Oh, you know what? I just realized. The son of the guy. That was the stick man, the guy who didn't move and didn't talk, is in the chat. Hayden's in the chat. Hello, Hayden. I was talking to his dad about. Hayden's very young. Hayden's. I don't want to dox him, but he is a young man, and I've been interested, and I've been feeding his dad because his dad said something about how he's been more interested in philosophy, and I was like, oh boy, do I have some stuff for you? And you can answer in the chat if you want, Hayden. Did he message you that video about Albert Camus, which was shared to me by somebody in my Discord? But you tell me if he watched that video, and if not, I'm gonna send you that video. You need to get my number. I have lots of memes and stuff to send you, Hayden. Lots of documents and information. We're gonna get you. You're gonna be radicalized so fast.
Hey, now radicalization is like the tool of like the Russians. How dare you like be a Russian agent?
Everybody is radicalized now. Everybody in the internet is radicalized about something, is what I've realized.
Yeah, like, and that's actually a really good way to look at it, because it's really impossible to be just like a normie with absolutely everything. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say on that to avoid potentially getting myself into trouble.
I'm going to take, if you want to hang out, I think I'm going to move to the next section, but if you want to hang out in Discord still,
I mean,
and
if you're
comment
cool
with me, you can.
Yeah, I would totally be down for that.
Okay, cool. Well, that's what we're going to do.
Just like have my face like poking like somewhere in the corner, so I don't have to worry about
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to try, but like, I'm so bad at streaming that I think this we might do back and forth come back. So I'm going to watch.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so we're gonna watch the next section here, which is this is the thing I wanted you guys to see. So this is a summary. I did a 5 years like celebration video, which I've effectively just turned into my like channel trailer. So it had a use. It's got very few views. Again, spent way more time than I expected. But in the section I made about Cycle Cruiser that like summarizes it, because with all these people coming in with shorts, like obviously, like that Cycle Cruiser was a big part of like the content and like the jokes that I would make in like every fucking video. And he just
hey Alex.
Yeah.
I figured it out. So if you go to the altar, or the stream thing, what you can do is you can hit there's gonna be like a little square with an arrow pointing to the upper right. You click that and that'll pop it out.
Pop the Discord out?
Like it'll just like pop the stream out. It's like my fucking thing.
Oh, is it okay? So pop out. Oh, look at that.
You see, I'm on.
Okay, you are solving problems, and then I'm going to put this on top of that. Oh, but that's the wrong thing. I think okay, let me put. Sorry, we're gonna get this set up here. Yeah, you're the expert streamer, man. This is not my lane anymore. I'm so far out of my lane. If I do this, do you see the pop out still? I think it's not gonna work. Or I need to do a different setup. Let me try. Man, I am just not good enough at this. I think I'll just flip back and forth with the pop out. I'm sorry. We're going to do. Okay, here we go. This is the condensed summary of how I even got involved with Cycle Cruiser and the things that he's done to like try to get not respond to that, to make me stop basically.
Also,
this type of situation,
making a shit ton of jokes in here, so like I'm not sorry.
Okay.
Mistakes don't usually give you an opportunity to put the lessons to practice, if you know what I mean.
I genuinely feel that he's done.
I really should not joke about that, but
these
I
are
was
other
not
clips of me,
raised well,
sorry.
so this is kind of what you get. You want to talk about motorcycles and tangential topics? Feel free to join my Discord. Nobody in there seems like an asshole. I think I'm the biggest asshole in there. I have a Patreon, but honestly, I'm a little embarrassed to even bring it up because I am doing absolutely fucking fine. Like, I might be the bourgeoisie that's going to be put to the guillotine when the revolution comes. So, contrary to what some people think, the person I make fun of most on this channel is myself, because I'm a big boy and I can take it. But there's another person I make fun of very infrequently, whose fans come to my channel all the time and just say the dumbest things. Before the cop situation, the first big influence on my content was a motovlogger named Cycle Cruiser. It started when he posted this video.
I did a video that shows you how to counter steer. Some of you commented on that video and you said, Cycle Cruiser, you're dead wrong. That you said to push down on, say, the left bar when you want to go left, and you push down on the right bar when you want to go right. I said, no, Cycle Cruiser, that's wrong. You guys are telling me that, you don't press down on the bar, you press forward, you push away on the bar. And that is incorrect. Stop talking all the gibberish. Stop trying to prove I'm wrong.
There was just something about how confidently incorrect he was that I knew this person was special and I wanted to talk about him. Now, none of what he said or did is really that big a deal in the grand scheme of things. People make mistakes all the time, although usually they don't double down on it as hard as he did.
But even then, it doesn't actually make me that angry. Now, what did piss me off is when he went around using the YouTube copyright strike system to bully people into pulling down all of the evidence that he had done this, which is what he did. He actually succeeded in getting bigger channels like Yammy Noob to pull stuff down with seconds of his video under threat that maybe they'll get their channel deleted because he was that fucking mad about it. All of this stuff you probably know if you've been around here a while, but what most people don't know, even if you're a longtime subscriber, is that Psycho Cruiser actually sent me a series of emails with legal threats and other just hilarious, enlightening things, which I would love to read some of for you now. I saw your hate video on me. I feel like I have to do his affect. I saw your hate video on me titled Psycho Cruiser. He doesn't really have a southern accent though. This video is laced with threats, profanity, insults towards me, trying to evoke hatred towards me with your audience, and also using my video content without permission again. I was about to report the video for infringing my rights, but I decided to contact you and give you the opportunity to take down your hate speech rant video first. If it's not removed, I will report it. Even though I thought this was some really overdramatic, dumb shit to say, I went into full how to win friends and influence people mode and sent him a very measured, calm response back. I complimented his ability to grow his channel and even explained how having people complain about him is really good for his business because it brings more traffic. And so he should really just leave me and everyone else alone. He wrote me back in a calmer tone, but still had the same demands. I would appreciate if you would remove your videos slandering me. I understand your frustration, but you should understand that when you create a public video with vicious insults and profanity hurled against another person, it can stir up crazy people, especially in this age of domestic terrorism. Domestic terrorism. I forget. I haven't. Hold on. Oh, shit. Okay. If you don't remove this video, I will be forced to report it to get it removed. His last email was basically just a threat, but it ended with a question that I think, again, illuminates his entire thought process. I will give you 24 hours. If the video is still up, I will report it. Here's a small blurb from the email that summarizes basically the entirety of what I said. You might get that video pulled down. That's fine. I'll simply create a new one, removing anything that could possibly be considered copyrightable, cleaning up my language, while still explaining all of the very shitty acts that I can prove you are engaging in. Since he never followed through with that threat, I took that as a sign that we have a mutual understanding that I can critique whatever he does whenever I want, and he can fuck off.
A lot of motor vlogs.
Man, I love that part of that video.
Yeah, same. That's pure gold.
I thought that was pretty funny. Oh, now the pop-out isn't showing up. What in the shit? I don't know how to do this. Let me do it like... Yeah, that shit with Psycho Cruiser. I remember him sending me that fucking email where he was pissed off about it. And I just could not believe, because it was so out of nowhere. It was so, like, I had not made any content or any videos about him, like, at all. And yet, where the fuck?
Just click back on the altar.
How do I click back on the altar?
It's like, yeah, it's like.
Oh, I think I just closed the player. I think I closed this window, maybe, or
okay,
maybe that's. Oh, there we go. Now we're back. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he sent that email to me out of the blue, and he was just like so mad. And I remember thinking, this is an opportunity. Maybe I can mend this bridge. And I literally was like, hey man, I know my email, like, it was long, and he probably didn't even fucking read it, but it was like, hey, like, I get that, like, I came off and you were frustrated with me, but like, I really think, like, this is not a big deal, and like, you made a mistake, and I understand that that's not a big deal. Like, we don't need to have this antagonistic relationship anymore. Like, I just want to be able to, talk about things that are important, and like, can we be good? And then he was calmer, but he sent that thing back, and he was like, I'm scared that somebody is going to see this and then come after me. And it's like, bro, what? Why? Because you fucking...
It's just like, he's genuinely ridiculous. And it is like so funny though of how, like, I don't even know how to describe him, because like, first you have this stuff, right? And that's bad enough on itself. And then like you look at all of, and you're probably gonna get into this later, but like, you look at all of the other shit that he's posted, and it really explains, especially like the older videos. I remember when we had this conversation back, I think it was in 2018, which is hard to believe it's been that long ago. But some of his videos are just downright fucking creepy.
Yeah, like the one he had where he's like following those women around the shop,
Yeah.
and like he's got a very childish, like a very, very immature sense of humor that is like,
Yeah,
he
he
loves
really
fart
does.
jokes. He loves being like,
plus, like-
hello, I'm Psycho Cruz, I'm a hello lady. Like his weird voice he does with, I don't know. It's very boomer.
I mean, yeah, like it's even worse than like whenever I try to do like black metal vocals whenever I'm not at all warmed up. But yeah, it's like genuinely though, it is actually shocking to me of how he thinks that like what he does is actually okay. Because why would he think that like that video of him following those women around was okay? Why does he think that, frankly, I don't want to say like the way that he conducts his business is done in a way like on YouTube where he acts like he cares very much about his privacy and stuff, but he doesn't. He's awful at the other version of OPSEC, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, and I remember it's like we had that discussion. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I was like, after 2 minutes, I was like, oh shit.
I want to show his fucking, he has like a full website and stuff still. His content has gotten, part of it is that as his content has gotten less and less popular and less algorithm like prioritized, he's making it more and more generic and less interesting. Like he doesn't swear. I just realized this very recently because I was watching somebody else on YouTube. And I don't watch a lot of these people, but there are so many, in the same way that Andrew Tate and like there's all these like male figures who are selling these whole programs of how to be a man and how to be happy. Like there are people doing the same thing for YouTube and like just regular content where they're selling these secrets of how to crack the algorithm and stuff. And so there's literally people that think things like if you name a video something like before you upload it, that it's reading like the file name and it like deprioritizes things based on specific names, or it's using that for keyword searches, even though that doesn't appear anywhere on YouTube. The swearing is the same thing. I just realized that's why a bunch of if you're watching YouTube content, I swear because fuck man, like this is how I talk, and it's like I feel like it just loses so much. But like I didn't even realize that people think that is affecting algorithm performance is if you swear. It affects monetization, of course, and I don't give a shit about that because shorts aren't monetized anyway.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
Yeah, but like that's what people are chasing, and he is doing that too. That is why he's like all of his content is so samey and so takes no bold stances on anything nowadays. Like he doesn't even like he's been bit now so many times by his opinions and like coming out so strong that like he comes off as like afraid to say anything too strongly.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just, I don't know what, like, because I think we all know men like this in real life, right? Also, if you're going to be playing anything with sound, let me know, because I have to have like the stream muted too.
Okay.
Yeah. Sound loop on my end. That was like why I kept on talking during the previous video that you showed.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, which I felt like shit for once I heard that. I was like, damn it. But basically, we all know someone in our real life like this, right? And once like you know that type of personality, and like you realize that that's what this guy is, it's like that MGTOW video or whatever it was. It's like, oh yeah, like that explains so much about this dude.
Yeah.
And the fact that he honestly like said I remember like I can't remember when it was, but at one point he made a claim where he owned like 4 or 5 different businesses, and I'm just like, are you actually just talking about your various YouTube channels? Because that's what it really read to me as. Because like I know he has like the Bug Out Moto Van one, obviously like his regular YouTube channel, which also, by the way, the graphics on his channel, like especially at the top, like with the van where
look at all these different
BOM on it.
Yeah, look at all this. Like look at the subscribe and this fucking like graffiti, and then this like and then this cycle cruiser. This is custom. Like somebody customized this for him, and he's been using that ever since.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie though, this honestly seems like just like one of those websites that I would make.
Dude, it's funny.
Just wrapped up with CSS on Code Academy.
Yeah, if he were to take
1990s.
this, if he were to take this and just lean into it as like just this goofy, if he were to just go all in as this like goofy guy, like basically Drill. You know who Drill is on Twitter?
let me pull up my Twitter real quick. Just
Drill
that
is just
Delta Romeo.
He says insanely stupid shit. He just has like the dumbest. Anyway, he could do that. Like, he's dumb on purpose. Like, he comes off as like this guy. His tweets are like, I am an asshole. He has very strong opinions about stuff. If your grave doesn't say rest in peace on it, you're automatically drafted into the skeleton war. Like, he just says dumb shit too. If he could be so funny with this website if it was sincere. Anyway, or if it was a joke, but the fact that it's sincere is like insane. And you're right. He is shady. That was one of the big things that I complained about. The reason that he let me go, the thing that stopped him from being like, I'm going to claim your shit. I said, bro, if you do that, I'm going to go to fucking Amazon and I'm going to fucking tell them that you don't disclose a single fucking link. I promise. I don't know this confidently. This could be a fucking, this could be a lie, but the way he shills that fucking airbag vest and his helmet, the way it's so consistent, he uses the same words, the same format. It seems very unlikely that he is not sponsored by that, or that he at least is not getting a cut of some sort of referral code or whatever link.
Well, he does post Amazon affiliate links, right? Because otherwise he wouldn't post a link to every single one of to everything on Amazon.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's like, and I remember you covered this, I think you covered this in your video, but like the fact that it's just like he never discloses that, like, first and foremost, it's a violation of Amazon stuff, right? But B, you're not disclosing it being an advertiser. Because like on my Instagram, on my Twitter, whenever I have a partnership with a brand or a photographer or something like that, or hell, like even if if my friend were to dye my hair and she'd be like, oh hey, like can you post a picture of this and tag me in it? I would be. I think the law states that it has to be conspicuously posted that it's an ad. So like you have to post like one hashtag saying that's an ad, like in a very specific spot, and you can't just have like 20 separate hashtags and ad being thrown in like right in the middle of it, because it has to be clear that is sponsored content.
Yeah, and even if you're not, I mean, like, and that's the law, and that's whatever. Like, he would probably never be held. You should understand that he knows that he's lying. He understands that what he's doing makes him look worse. Like, he understands that if he were to say, "Oh, these are sponsored," I just clicked the link for the first time on his website page that takes to the Heliolite Turtle 2 bag, and he's got a Cycle Cruiser LLC redirect. It's a sponsored link that he has through Revzilla that he does not disclose, and that was the thing I said. I was like, look, man, you're fucking doing this. And I know it's against the rules. Like, and he's too much of a coward to just admit it. He's too much of a coward to just say, yeah, these things that I talk about fucking 100% of the time that I sell to you so hard, well, I make money on all of this. Like, he just can't admit it. It's so weird.
And the other thing too is like, nobody would think less of him for saying that he's sponsored by this stuff. Because
give a shit. Everybody knows. It's so obvious. I mean, other than some people.
But basically, here's his mentality. Well, I can't say for sure, but I would be willing to bet that this is his mentality. Basically, what he does.
Thought I'd do a little something.
He looks at all the stuff that he has, right? That's sponsored content or whatever, and he wants to look like the richest motherfucker in the world. And so in order to do that, he doesn't tell people that he's sponsored, because otherwise it may force people to look at him as not someone who bought everything. Obviously, we know better, but in his mind, is not someone who bought all that stuff and has the money to, throw... God, I mean, how many lines of shit is this right here? I'm too lazy to count that up.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Like, go to any of his...
It has to look like he was able to buy all of that.
Yeah.
And it's just like, dude, like, no, like, you know what? Honestly, maybe some of the stuff he actually did buy with his own money.
And this has got to be trailing off. I feel like this money has to be trailing off too.
Yeah. There's no way, like, especially whenever he's been getting like how many views he's been getting, like 2.2K or something like per video.
He's getting like 6K views a day. Like,
that's actually not awful, but actually it is pretty.
It's awful for 300,000 subscribers. It's absolutely horrific.
God, he's still at 300,000. Yeah, he's had like 0 channel growth.
Yeah. No, and you're right. What did I see? Someone said, you're right. It's so funny because his his pitch is that he is authentic and genuine and just saying how it is. And it's just like, the reason he can't do it, the reason he can't admit it is because he talks so much shit about other people. Yeah, I'm pretty confident he's like a house flipper. I'm pretty sure the way he's paid for all of the shit is that he just flipped houses for like years after. I watched a lot of his videos, a lot of them, because I was going to do a whole project about.
I remember us talking about this.
April, the running joke I've had that I've wanted to do every year is to do an April 1st, like completely sincere, like Cycle Cruiser appreciation video. That's like just, I bought one of his fucking shitty shirts to do it sometime.
Yeah.
But
God, okay, so I have a modest proposal right now that obviously is a joke. But here's what we're gonna do, since you and I are both talking so much shit on him right now.
We're gonna call him right now. We're gonna say, get on here, dude. We're gonna reach out to him on Twitter. We're gonna demand that everyone go to anyway.
I'm so tempted to say his first name. I'm not going to, but I'm tempted to.
That's right. I told you that in confidence.
Well, in all fairness, though, I would have found that out on my own anyways, because like once you said that everything was registered in a certain way. But basically, like what we should do is like I should go up to Seattle for April 1st, or like before April 1st, and like we should just like do like a sincere Cycle Cruiser appreciation video. And then just be like, oh, hey, yeah, you know, I'm a Cycle Cruiser, you know, thank you so much for helping me get into motorcycles and all that. You know, I love your content, blah, 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 blah. It helps me, laugh whenever I'm feeling depressed because my wife's other girlfriend decided to run off on me, but, you know, or whatever. Or my wife decided to run off with her other girlfriend.
I think I honestly do not expect to make much content about him anymore, because I think maybe you weren't here, but I like I said, I sincerely just do not consider him. It feels like punching down now for the most part. And now if you look at like the last one I did, the React one I did, he didn't respond to anything. I saw people like at him, like he must have seen it. He didn't say anything to me. So I think whatever I did last time, he seems fine enough with. So
yeah, so it's kind of like one of those things where it's just like, yeah, we're gonna like be like, we're gonna openly talk shit, but at the same time though too, like it's not worth the actual time to go into it. Well, I remember like basically what I did at one point is I like literally I can't remember if I ever actually made it or not, but like I think I like downloaded one of his videos and like I made a thing of me just like making like random fucking noises or something like that, and I was planning on uploading it to see if like the system would pick up and see if he would copyright it, but I don't think I ever did that because I was like, it's just not worth my time.
Here, this is the one I thought about doing. I'm just gonna do here. I'm gonna send you this, or you can watch this at the same time. This is the one I wanted to watch. I just want to watch a couple of minutes of this because I feel like this is the type of thing, and this is from years ago. This is from 5 years ago. So this is the type of thing that I was seeing him do that I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like it was so enraging to me. And again, he doesn't do anything like this anymore at all because he is a coward. But here is that's the video if you want to watch it. I'm going to start at the 1 minute mark, or you can watch it on my stream. But this is a video about the title is "Stop Bullying is Nonsense. Build a Strong Mind and Ride a Motorcycle." He's got a chapter called suicide. Jesus Christ, like things that he should not be talking about at all, because he is just not equipped to do it. Okay, here we go.
Today, in the news lately, something that I saw really saddened me was that that young girl that committed suicide and live streamed it on Facebook. Man, 12 years old, she was bullied, and she decided to just show everybody her pain and death. And I'll tell you guys that I actually saw that video. I don't know why I watched it, and it's like, I don't know, ingrained in my head now. But it's actually, I think it's a good thing for people to see the reality of suicide. It was very, very heartbreaking to see this girl, you know, so hurt, and to actually string herself up on a tree and hang herself and see her body shake and then die.
First off, I just want to stop for a second. This is not, obviously this is not, anybody who understands like this, like you don't talk about it like this. This is so like, it's just, again, it's like so crass and
yeah, exactly. It's just fucked up.
He's just like,
because like especially someone who's like really gone through some dark moments in life. Like this is, if someone were talking about a moment like this for me, like in this manner, I would be.
It would be upsetting. Like it would be like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Like, let me phrase it this way. So like obviously, you know, like I may or may not practice witchcraft, right? I may or may not be doing. If you were talking about my friend this way, who died of suicide, I would very seriously.
Can we use a different term? Can we say like hamburger time or something? Can we?
Yeah, like self forever sleep, but that's
unalived. Something.
Yeah, self unalived. But yeah, like if one of my friends like self unalived, I would like in this piece of human garbage, dare I say. I'm not sorry for saying that. We're talking about my friend like this, I would very serious consider doing some witchy shit.
Yeah.
Wreak some vengeance, to say the least.
I mean, not the first time that he has done something like this. Again, there's another video I have where he talks about the death of that stunter woman in like the Ukraine or whatever, and he just is like callous and like low class about it. This isn't the bad part. This is like the medium part. This gets so much worse.
12 years old, just a child. All because of bullies, man. And you know, a lot of people out there are saying, you know, they have the message, stop the bullying, and that's like the national message. But I tell you guys, that's not really what we should be doing. You know, we should tell them to stop the bullying, but bullying will not stop. That's like saying stop stealing or stop killing people. You can't stop that. There's just evil fucking people out there. And there's nothing you can do about it. You got adults out there that bully. I mean, it's not just kids. It's just you have evil people out there that want to make you feel as bad as them and just try to bring you down. But we need to be teaching kids in school to have a strong mind, have thick skin. I think they should have a class on that for, you know, everywhere, all throughout the world. They should have a class in middle school, elementary school, middle school, and high school on how to build mental strength, because life is a mental game, guys. It's all your perception. Your perception is your reality. So if somebody tells you that you look like a monster or you're a whore or this, and you internalize that and you perceive that these things to be true, that's your reality and making you depressed, and once gonna make you kill yourself, because you're allowing, it's all your perception of yourself, and that's what creates this depression. It's these perceptions that you have, and you allow these people to get into your head. But I tell you, these kids got it easier compared to what I went through as a kid. When I was a kid in the inner city schools, you know, these kids out here in the suburbs, all they get, you know, the kids, well, they just talk shit, basically. When I was in the inner city schools, you got your ass beat. It wasn't just people calling your names and talking shit. I mean, these people, you got your ass beat.
So he
best friend up for our lunch money every day
he talks about
how
people took his lunch money and shit, and how he was bullied, right? So obviously, I'm guessing one of the triggering parts for this was when he said, you just can't do anything about the bullies. The bullies are just like, people are just going to get bullied all the time. Like, was that triggering for you too?
Yeah, so it's one of those situations where it's ironic with him, some of the way that he phrased everything, right? Because, you know, if like a lot of my friends, and I'm not saying this to brag, I'm just saying, like, I'm saying this to basically state a fact. A lot of my friends are like, oh my God, like, you know, like your mental willpower is so strong, you know, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, well, yeah, but first and foremost, that doesn't happen automatically. Two, that shouldn't be the goal. I can point to very specific comments that people have made to me that bother me a lot to this very second. You know, like, obviously, as you can imagine, I have some body issues, self-image issues, things of that matter. And the fact that I can point to, even in a couple of cases, the exact facial expression that was made, I think says a lot. And really discredits what he said, because he's like, just ignore him. And it's like, it's not possible to ignore people.
It's just, yeah, it's such a again, he gets so much worse into it here in a second. I'm gonna find the.
And they had to take him to the.
Do you? Yes, I do, because this was, I can't remember when it was posted, but I remember watching it very clearly, because I just remember watching and be like, did this really happen? I looked up the story. But this is like one of like the videos. I think this came out before you and I first started talking about this guy. And I remember thinking to myself, this guy's a fucking idiot. Yeah, it was just.
But his perspective on this is so in line with what a lot of. So he's like very religious, like he's very religious, and like he's kind of like Andrew Tate in that way. Like that's like the commonality with a lot of them is this like Christian, and it's just very much like it's almost Catholic, where it's like, okay, yeah, you've got a burden, but like, you just overcome. Like you got to be like mentally tough, and you just got to like push through, and it's like it's the attitude of like just keep working hard, like, and you'll get through it. And it's just completely ignorant of like the reality of like. No, that sometimes people just give up. Like, so, no. If you keep just drilling people down and fucking people over, eventually they give up. Eventually they quit. Like,
yeah, exactly. And like, and honestly, like, well, I'm not gonna say what I was about to say, because basically it's one of those things where it's like we need to avoid laying blame at the victims, and ultimately it's like it's people who force people to that point that are at fault. Especially like whenever and I'm gonna get slightly political here, and I know that that's totally cool with you. Especially like whenever we're in a country where therapy is fucking expensive.
Yeah.
So, like, I had something happen to me back in March. Very traumatic. It was bad. I remember talking about it on the server. At least I think I do. And I very desperately needed help. I very desperately needed therapy, but simply put, I just could not afford the $150 sessions. And if the individual ends up being convicted, yes, I would get that money back. But the issue, though, is I would still have to have the money to pay for it in the first place.
Yeah.
And with how expensive therapy is, like back in 2018 when I started my initial round of therapy, that was paying for myself. Like I had a job where I was able to pay for it without any issues whatsoever, right? And that's not the case anymore. Because even if you do have insurance, like my deductible on my insurance is, I can't remember if it's $5,000 or $7,000. It's a really high deductible before insurance really starts kicking in. And it's like, yeah, great.
Yeah.
Power your way through it. How the fuck are you supposed to do that? Do it like what I did? And I'm going to go off on a little soapbox right now. Do you like what I did? And like, basically, I mean, without being like as close to an alcoholic as you can possibly be without actually crossing that line and just having to rely on things to basically numb your pain. That's not the way to do it.
Right. They basically force you into like self-medicating until you maybe break even to a point where you have like a clinical medical problem where it's like, well, now you got to go to the ER or whatever. Yeah.
Or even worse, like, oh yeah, like, now I need to go to rehab. Because I know one girl, or one woman, I should say, who I used to be very close to, and she unfortunately ended up getting hooked on substances. And like she was never the same again. And a large reason for that is because she simply could not afford therapy.
Yeah.
And therapy in many cases is how you get that willpower that this.
You should have mandatory therapy. That's what I've decided. Everybody in America needs therapy all the time, constantly. Yeah. Everybody I know needs therapy, including me, which is why I'm in it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's one of those things where like if you think you don't need therapy, you're the one who needs it the most.
I'm gonna bust through I want to get to this part where he just like goes off because I want to be done with this video. But
emergency, I thought I killed him, man. But you know what?
Here it is.
He didn't fuck with me no more, and I actually gained respect for that.
So he fought a bully. That's his story. Is like I used to get bullied, and then I beat the shit out of him, and now that's the solution. There's my lesson.
I realized that you had to stand up to these bullies, man. You can't be a little bitch in life. You have to be strong. The weak die. I'm not saying to use physical violence, but if somebody uses physical violence with you, you need to be able to defend yourself and stand up to them. And don't be a little bitch and let them run over you. As I said, in these schools, they should be helping kids to build a stronger mind, helping them to to help them be strong within themselves and realize that these kids are just, they come from a broken home, you know, they're poor as fuck or something. They're jealous of you, and they just want you to feel as bad as they do, so they want to fuck with you. And you have to have that perception and realize that they're trying to, it's a mental game what they're doing with you, and you have to outthink them and realize that, you know, that they're just trying to fuck with you and bring you down. And if you look at it like that as a challenge, and not as something to internalize and get depressed about, your life will change. And you need that in life, because like I said, it's not just these kids out here that are bullying. We have adults that bully, you know.
Yeah, I love the part where he said, don't be a little bitch about it. Stop being a little bitch about being bullied and be stronger. That was the solution that I remember that he said. And yeah, he's just, in his mind, he thinks he's being like a great person, and he is just a giant piece of shit. Goes.
Yeah, and it's just amazing of how things work whenever, like, you actually look at the full context of things, right? Because it's like, oh yeah, like, you know, and like the basic idea of like a teenager's idea of a motivational speech, that was great, that was fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
But knowing what you do once you become an adult, because like if I were 14 and I heard that, I'd be like, yeah, you know what, like that's a great idea.
Yeah, I heard that a lot. I'm sure we all had parents and like guardians that were like, just toughen up, like.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where for me personally, it's like, you know, I mean, like I've been told, you know, by family members, to just simply power through and like keep going through school, and it's like, well, it's not exactly that easy, you know, like whenever you have something traumatic happen to you, like you have to take time to heal, and like you can force yourself back into it, it's not going to be a good result.
Yeah.
And it's like, in a way, it's like, yeah, I see what you're saying, but it is the classic sign of an uninformed opinion.
Yeah.
Or I hate using the term opinion on a case like this. It's an uninformed viewpoint is the best way to phrase it. Because I'm not even going to grace it with the term opinion. Like, it's just a viewpoint that is so wrong, so base, with zero understanding of psychology.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying you have to have a college degree in order to understand it, but you need to have at least some sort of life experience where you can actually comment on it without making yourself sound like an entire fucking tool.
Yeah.
Which this guy's an incel, so, you know, not surprising.
Yeah, he really pretty much is an incel. There isn't much to say about that. And those are the videos that I'm finding now that are even worth talking about. But again, I don't even want to talk about them in a short. Like it's not even it's like takes that were dumb and old and like obviously wrong to everybody that like isn't the like Psycho Cruza is like the default dude I imagine is like a motorcycle person, right? Like he's the guy who he thinks he knows everything. All he knows is like the tired, like whatever, you know, the same shit that people have been saying over and over and over for years without any actual understanding. Because he first started riding a motorcycle in like 2011 on some shitty Chinese scooter. He's never taken the MSF class. He admits that.
No, Alex, it's a Chinese
scooter. Like, yeah, he's entirely self-taught, and he's self-taught in the way where he's like, he didn't go out and learn anything. He didn't read a book. He didn't find people who were smarter than him. He just kind of like has intuited everything. And it's like the classic white man thing. He's just like, yeah, like I know everything. Like I'm figuring it out. You know, I must be an expert. Basically, I've done it a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I just realized that basically all the Psycho Cruza is he is one of the world's most foremost mansplainers.
Yep.
He is a moto mansplainer.
And people love it. And some people just love, he's their motorcycle dad, you know, and like,
yeah,
whatever.
It's bad, but what the fuck are you gonna do? At least his channel is fucking dying.
Yeah. Well, it's you know, he's getting subscribers. He'll do it forever. I wouldn't actually. That is actually my prediction is that he will at some point stop making videos because it just won't make any, like it won't make financial sense. I don't know. I take that back. He will probably make videos forever because I think it is such a part of his personality now.
And he one of his recent ones was super sad. Like he was talking about how lonely he was and how he didn't really he had like one good relationship and like tried to have a baby and it didn't work. And since that point, he's just like he like has no friends and like no family. Like
Is it a life with no purpose video?
Yeah, that one. He had the life of the dude. It's sad. If you watch that video, it's fucking like it makes me pity him. And we don't have to watch it for the stream, but like I'm
just gonna watch it for later.
I mean, he just is. Yeah, he tells the story, and it's just like he basically like he bought that place out in the Georgia mountains or whatever. He was so stoked about that house and like all the property, all the shit he was gonna do, and he moved out there and realized, oh fuck. This like having all this cool shit, it's basically like Michael Jackson. Like I've got all this cool shit, but there's nobody to share it with, and that makes for a hollow and unfulfilling life. Like
it's really tough. Because it's like one of those situations where for me personally, I kind of went through something similar to that. Like I got my Golf GTI a year and a half ago, or almost 2 years ago actually, back in March of 21. Like my grandmother had just passed away, and I was kind of going through a really rough time due to some personal stuff. And like, like I have like this super cool car and all that, like I remember like I even went out and like did like basically once I left my old job, this was the first like real splurge I'd done on my wardrobe. I'm like, oh, look at this. Like I feel fantastic. I look great. And then I kind of realized it's like, yeah, I'm making money right now, but like what good is that unless if I actually have other people in my life?
Yeah.
Because like, don't get me wrong, I have at the time I had friends out here in Arizona, just to be clear. But there was like I would say about a 2 month gap or so where I was out here and like I had the car and like I felt fantastic, and then like I met my now ex-girlfriend, and then I met my then girlfriend, and like once like her and I actually like really finally it didn't take long for us to click because like lesbians moving in on the second date basically, or getting U-Haul on the second date. But like once I had that kind of connection in my life, I really realized like there's more to life than just stuff, because I had a fairly materialistic life is the best way I can describe it up until that point. And it's like once I kind of embraced the fact that it's like, oh hey, like I can have my own style and like also have like a more wholesome life. Like there's something outside of like streaming, and there's also something like
a lot of you guys out there want to know more about
That was like when things really started to click for me.
A lot of you guys out there want to
when I decided to consider my future career outside of like what I've been working towards for years. Because I like basically was like, oh hey, like I want to be a lawyer, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be a lawyer, and I never actually took the time to really think about that. And I actually do relate a lot with that whole idea of like having something that you've always wanted and then it not being what you thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I lied. We are going to watch this for stream. So if you want to turn on, I have to go let my dog, I have to let him go to the bathroom. So I'm going to play this while that happened. And then, yeah, that's my plan currently. And we can talk about it afterward or not. But this is, I think like really, like, I think if you watch this, it's like, it does not paint a good life.
I know more about Psycho Cruiser, the man behind the camera. You know what? In this video, guys, I'm going to give you a little insight into my life and what's going on with me. I'm out here in my old hood on the west side of Cleveland. Stay tuned.
Let's go for a ride. Subscribe today.
I tell you guys right now, it's like 38 degrees out here, man. It is cold, but you know what? I got my heated gloves. These are awesome, man. Check it out. Keep them nice and toasty for several hours. I have a link to these heated gloves if you want to get them. And my airbag vest to help keep you safe. My ultra lightweight carbon fiber helmet that comes with an automatic tint shield. My favorite helmet ever. Dionysic winter jacket. Boots, glove, pants. I have links to all my gear in the description and comment section of this video. Just listen to this exhaust. My Yamaha Davidson, man. Oh, I love this sound. I can't get enough of this sound, guys. Check it out. Out here in Cleveland, west side, baby.
I just realized I said something.
You know, a lot of you guys always ask me like Psycho Cruiser, man.
I just start immediately selling stuff.
Tell me, man, well, what's going on with you, man? I'm gonna tell you this, guys, that, you know, I think all of us have our story to tell. All of us have negative things that happen in our lives, man. And I'm no exception. You know, we've had a lot of unfortunate things happen to our family, to me, everything, man. As you guys know, my dad died when I was young, when I was 4. And my brother died at 30. My mom, she got strangled and left for dead. I tell you, this was my best friend's house, man. And we used to play in back of that cemetery back there, man. That's why I fell in love with cemeteries, because of my buddy's old house here. It brings back memories, though. Right here, this house. This is where I grew up, man. Right here, baby. West side of Cleveland, man. I'm telling you, there was a house right here where this old man lived. He called this house the hard luck house. He said everybody that lived in this house had a lot of hard luck and tough times. He said this was, back in the day, there was a tornado that came through, and this was the only house where the roof flew off the house. I wish he'd have told my mom and dad, my late dad, to not buy this house. He told us after we moved in. Is that messed up? But ironically, this house is the one that it burned down. We experienced a lot of heartache and tragedy. You know, in this house, my dad, he died in this house when I was 4.5 years old. He actually died in the house. I think the house is haunted, man, seriously. My dad, he died at 30 years old. February 13th, he was 30. And my brother, ironically, he died at 30 years old, February 3rd, at 30 years old. Isn't that crazy or what, man? You have to play the hand you're dealt, like they say. I'm telling you guys that no matter how bad things, you know, whatever bad things that happen to you in life, you got to get back up, man, seriously. And same like with a motorcycle. Like if you crash on your bike, dude, don't give up riding a motorcycle. Get back on your bike, man. And learn from that experience. And same with life.
In Mountain Standard
Something bad
Time,
happens
Happy
to you,
New
learn
Year.
from the experience, or, you know, chalk it off and understand it always gets better, man. But I'm going to tell you that, you know, a lot of my life, I pretty much is living life with no purpose, man. I'll be honest with you. Right now, honestly, I'm living with no purpose. Because when I was back in the day, you know, I made up my mind. I didn't want to have any kids. I didn't want to get married. And I'm going to be honest with you, and I thought material things were the key to happiness. Like, get as much money as you can, get the nice house, the nice car, get you know, motorcycle, get all that stuff, you know, a big screen TV, pool table, all that fun stuff, travel, that's all happiness. And I'll be honest with you guys, it's not, there's no, you get a little bit of happiness in there, it's entertainment, but it's not happiness, man. It's not real happiness. And I've learned it the hard way, man. I'll be honest with you. I bought the fancy house, the country house down in Georgia you saw. I thought that was going to be absolutely epic, and I'm so happy. That was my dream, to get the country property. It's empty, man. It's empty.
I just want to pause for a second to recognize that he has 2 Cycle Cruiser logos, because he was too lazy to go get the raw footage, and he just overlaid it over the top.
Property. It's empty, man. It's empty. I tell you,
even see, like,
with
the
no family,
video timestamp on the bottom
it's
right
empty,
as well.
man.
That's hilarious.
You know what I'm saying? Even if you got your girl,
so
it's just you and your
I
girl,
mean,
it gets
like,
boring,
I have to
man.
say
I'm telling you.
that
I
it
wish
is so bad it's actually impressive.
Yeah.
I would have had kids back in the day. I made the mistake. Honestly, I know I can still have kids now. I don't even know if I can even have kids. There's one girl I tried with, we couldn't even have kids. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know, man. I just tell you, though, that this material stuff, for those of you guys thinking this is going to be the happiness, the only material thing that's going to bring you happiness, check this out. Triumph dealership here, man. Let's go check some bikes out. The motorcycle will bring some happiness. This
He just anyway, we can be done with this. Doesn't it come off as like sad though? Like, doesn't he sound fucking really sad and like pathetic? Like,
yeah, like
I feel bad for him.
Yeah, and like honestly, there's like, I do feel bad for him. I genuinely do, because dude's had a hard life. You know, like, I can't imagine losing a brother at that young of an age, and losing a parent and then like having your mom be strangled like that and basically left for dead, as he put it.
It's like a terrifying like life. Yeah, that's like a lot of trauma. Like he needs therapy.
He really does, and like that's kind of the thing where, because there's someone in my life who's very close to me. I'm not gonna say who it is. But they've basically been fucked over by life in a lot of cases. Basically, like with everything except for their job, right? You know, was in a marriage, ended really poorly. And basically, like, anyways, I don't want to get into any details of it because basically it would be possible to figure out who I would be talking about. Anyone who at least knew my life. I don't want to get into that. And like just hearing the story of how awful it is, like I genuinely get it, but at the same time though too, like I feel like that there's also like a level of maturity that you need in order to deal with it, and I don't think he really cares to have that level of maturity.
No, he doesn't. The problem, one of the bigger problems I see is there's a lot of broken. Again, this is why I want to do this podcast about questions and like just kind of like talking through things. Is like it's just broken people. It's broken people who like have no guidance and aren't really sure what to do and aren't getting help and support. Like don't have it from friends and family. Don't have good influences, but they watch content and like. And their creators that they're watching, they just look up to them and like they're broken too, and they are also like not getting it fixed and don't have the people around them to like bounce ideas off of and like work through problems with. And so it's just this cycle of like broken people like just trying to help other people, and like nobody's actually getting helped, but they're spinning a lot of gears and using and spending a lot of effort and like getting more and more frustrated. Like that's like the incel thing, you know, is like these people don't have good outlets, and the outlets that they go to teach them skills that make everything worse, that make them more lonely, make them more unhappy, less capable of interacting with people. That's what I see a lot.
Yeah. And like if I'm being honest with you, and like for the record, I am a retired dancer now. I retired a couple months ago.
Thank you for your service.
Many messes were made and many trees were quickly grown, but I saw that a lot, honestly. I remember very clearly one of my friends at one of the clubs I worked at, she had a regular who basically his wife was I don't want to get too in details, but basically it was a very hard marriage, and sorry, I can't get over the fact that you just thanked me for my service for being a stripper. I appreciate that.
I mean,
I was trying to hold in the laughter.
Just like you're saying, though, you were a therapist for people, like an unintentional therapist for certain people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and it's like, it's one of those things where I remember just like basically him going to the club like was his break. And being in a strip club, like you see a lot of different people. You see the misogynists who are literally just there to be fucking assholes to the girls. You see the people who are the regulars, who are like the kind of safe tables, who like as a dancer you go to whenever you're like, hey, there's like this creepy guy at this other table, and like I just like need you like to pretend to be my boyfriend or something like that in order to be able to get me out of the situation. And then you have like the people who are genuinely like lonely, and they go there because like that's their one way of pretty much just feeling something in life. You know, maybe they're not good at relationships, maybe they're just like, you know, not looking to get remarried after a divorce or something.
Like they probably don't have a lot of interactions with people, and so they come to a place to have interactions. Yeah,
that too. And most importantly, they feel like they have nothing going for them in their own lives. And I genuinely feel for those people because, you know, like I've been there. You know, that was honestly like kind of a big reason I got into the industry in the first place.
Yeah.
You know, like I got into dancing when I was, I would have been 22 years old when I got into dancing. And I got into the overall sex industry back when I was 18, almost 19. I've been in this for almost 6.5 years now. Holy shit.
I keep trying to get out. They just keep pulling me back in.
I mean, actually, though, like that's kind of the issue, though, is because like I was looking at getting out of it here a couple of months ago. And then I was like basically doing the math of like how much I would spend commuting to like the thing that I wanted to do. And also like the moral complications of that as well. And I'm like, I actually am making more money right now working online. We're not going to talk about the month of November. That was just a rough month. But in general, though, it's like working from home on stream, I actually do make more money than I would if I was actually like going somewhere else. Plus, like, you know, there's benefits to it. But anyways, back to the point though, you just see so many different types of people. And one club that I never worked at, but I have a lot of friends at. They basically have like a porn theater, essentially, is the best way I can describe it, on the side, and that's like kind of where you see the people who like don't, who like are even too shy to even go into the strip club itself, go to like do their thing. And you can always tell the ones who are just like that downtrodden. And I'm not trying to drag on this dude too much, but I feel like that's like where Cycle Cruiser would be. Like, and I mean that sincerely, because, and it's like kind of a sad case, really, because, you know, like, everyone can do their own thing, right? Like, not going to judge that. But whenever you kind of are so jaded about women in general that you aren't even willing to go into a strip club, like, that's really fucking, that's just sad.
I mean, I don't like to go into a strip club, but that's because Washington strip club, I don't know if I've ever mentioned this. Washington strip clubs
fucking suck.
They're horrible. Like, yeah, I think I told you this, right? You can't drink, you can't have alcohol. Are you fucking shitting me? So you walk in,
yeah, and
the girls, like,
shit. I mean, like,
they ask for drinks still. They're like, hey, you want to buy me a drink? And it's like, want to buy me a glass of OJ? Want to buy me a Pepsi? It's like a $20 Pepsi or whatever. Like, it's like there's no reason to go to a strip club in Washington ever. Like, it's not fun.
It's like you just go down to Portland. It's like you literally just go down to Portland.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because it's just like, you know, and even comparing like Phoenix to Tucson, right? Like, the issue that Tucson has is if you're going to be in southern Arizona and you want to go to a strip club, like, it's not too hard to go south of the border and go down to Mexico. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but it's called Club Hong Kong. It's down in Tijuana, which obviously like is further west than Nogales, but still, it's like, yeah, it's like you go to Club HK and like everything's on the table. Like, why the fuck would you go to an American club whenever you could get that for like pretty much the same money, right?
Right.
Phoenix is a different story because it's a lot bigger of a city. I call it like good LA because I'm very biased towards Phoenix. I love the city, but it's actually worth going to the clubs there. Like, you know, Phoenix clubs, like you have, plus like in Phoenix you have like clubs from like everywhere where like where the business people go to like the really glitzy ones that like you feel rich in. Like, it's literally your idea of like a rich person space, or some of those. And then like on contrast, like you have like clubs that are in St. Louis, for example. By the way, best club in St. Louis is Hustler. You can't judge me, or you can't change my mind, I should say. Shameless plug.
I'm gonna take your word for it. I'll check it out if I ever go.
I mean, honestly, like, you definitely should. I think I actually have some passes somewhere.
I'm not good at strip clubs. I don't enjoy being at strip clubs. I can't hold, like, the kayfabe doesn't work on me. Like, I just think of them as like working people that are just like trying to make money, and like, it's not for me. I just can't do it. Like,
yeah, no, I totally get that. And, like, that's actually a big reason I got out of it, is because, like, basically, like, I was enjoying it, don't get me wrong, but like I was enjoying the stage more than it was like actually selling dances, because I'm like, okay, yeah, like, I made my money and I don't want to fucking do this, right?
Yeah.
It's like, well, I can just like literally like be on cam and like do my fucking dominatrix shit that I do on there.
The strippers I knew several strippers in Portland. Like a really good friend of mine, like, dated one and ended up, I think, marrying her eventually. But I got a backstage, like, look at a lot of the stripper culture, and like how many of the girl, and again, this is probably also part of it, is like how many of the girls were like really either wasted or high, or like they did not come off as like enjoying what they were doing. You know, it came off as like, I need to disassociate and try to make as much money as I can to survive. Like,
and honestly, like, that's a big part of it too. And like, obviously, like, I'm an advocate for the industry, right? I'm going to make sure the conditions in the industry, like, the formerly, basically, I call it the Economic Autonomy Coalition at this point. It used to be a Libertarian Party affiliated sex work advocacy group, but like, fuck the LP now. To be honest, but basically, you know, like, I'm always going to push for the best conditions possible for everyone in the industry, right? But at the same time, like, I have to understand that it's a very hard and taxing job. I actually went to a club here a few months ago, for the first time in a very long time, in this specific place, and there was only one dancer who I was sure there was only one dancer there who was sure was sober. The rest of them were either drunk, or, in one very particular case, she was very clearly high on age. And
wait, what's age?
Heroin.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Yeah. And it was tough to see that because I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, yeah, like this is in a lot of cases the out for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like for me personally, I know that the industry has benefited me a lot, but there's for every success story like mine, there are also other stories that are very much not success stories to say the least.
Yeah. I think
whenever,
oh, go ahead.
No, but basically like the access to drugs is a very real problem that frankly needs to be tackled because the amount of shit that I've been offered in my life, I had the power to say no. I know a lot more people, or a lot more. Basically, for every version of me that I've known, there's at least 5 that I've known who don't have the power to say no to absolutely everything.
See, and I see it as like, yeah, I see it as like, again, as somebody who in the last year has done many drugs that I'd never done before, and having a very.
Just to bail you out, though, that was in a country that does not have an extradition agreement with the U.S., right?
Yeah, so this year I tried acid, I tried MDMA, I tried Molly. I think that's like a combination. I think there was like Adderall or something in there. I tried cocaine. I tried something else. Anyway, they were all fine in their own way. Cocaine was boring. I don't need the energy. I realize now you use the cocaine so that you can just keep getting really high, and then like, you know, as you're about to burn down, and you do the coke, and then you just keep going. Like I've learned a lot about drug culture, and it's made me fear drugs less, and it's made me look at them very, very differently. And I look at like, for example, I guess when you say like the drug problem, I see is like the problem I see is like the job sucks so much, and like the people that are doing it are so like, they're not happy doing it, and that's the issue. And why are they not happy is the real question. And I think it's not the same for many of them. Many of them, it's like probably stuff outside of the dancing. Some of them, I'm sure it is the dancing is like part of it too. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, like the best way I can describe it is it is an industry where the highs are fantastic, but it's also tough too. But I will always argue though that like the access to everything is like the really hard part of it. Because I've had discussions with a couple of managers in a few different states, and really like the common conversation that I always have about substances is I'm always like, it's one of those things where it's like you have to crack down on it to a degree that like you're not going to be punishing the dancers to the point where they go to a club that like they allow everything to go down. But you also need to make it clear that it's like, hey, look, like if you need help, you know, like getting off of something, we're going to help you with that, or like we'll get you in touch with people who can help you. Because I remember one time I went to go audition at a club, and the dancers in the locker or in the dressing room were literally openly discussing who they were going to buy their meth from, who they were going to smoke it with, how they were going to use it, et cetera, et cetera. And that was like a really big eye opener to me because at that point in time I was still a fairly baby stripper. And just hearing all of that be said, I was
like openly, people were just like, yeah, where are you gonna get this? Yeah, can you get? Yeah, like yeah.
Yeah, because prior to this incident, like all the clubs I've been affiliated at, or affiliated with, working with, or whatever, what have you, like it was one of those things. Like dancers, it was clear like who did certain things, but it was never like. Also, make sure you don't open my DM right now. But basically, it was a situation of like. It was a poorly kept secret, but everyone acknowledged that it was a secret. So hearing someone openly discuss that shit and like openly discuss their problems with certain substances was heartbreaking is the best way I can describe it. And I remember I actually walked out of that before I had my audition because I'm just like, I don't want to be I don't want to work here if that's what the culture is going to be like. And that was a very privileged position for me to have, for the record. Like not everyone has that opportunity.
Yeah. I feel like we got really serious and dark. That was not my intent, but that fucking Psycho Cruiser, I didn't expect him to like black hole this into like sadness.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. What's a fun one that we could watch? I'm just gonna like pull up like his most popular videos and like see like.
Well, I had a couple of thoughts. So the two thoughts I actually realized I didn't finish up my. I want to do something fun for the last 45 minutes. I feel like people like clips and people like memes. And
memes are fantastic, which also my life is a living meme. And it would be a shame. Actually, can I plug my OnlyFans right now?
Yeah, go for it. I don't care.
Actually, I need to make sure that like, I actually have the URL right. Because like I know it was something and then it changed. literally going to the wrong fucking website. I am a fine phone. What the fuck is my... Okay, so basically, when my iPhone died as a result of a Tesla, it was a very sad but hilarious situation. I'm going to tell that story real quick because it actually is funny. So a friend of mine has a Tesla Model S Plaid, right? And
is that the one that kills motorcycles, or is that the one that doesn't?
Well, all Teslas kill motorcycles, but basically this is like the 1,000 horsepower one, right?
Got it. Okay.
And so basically, I was in the car and he launched it, and I wasn't ready for him to launch it, and so like the fucking phone went flying at the rear windshield, and basically like even though it's in an OtterBox, we were going fast enough to actually crack the motherboard of the phone, so like I had to like go from iPhone over to a fucking Pixel 6, and then I started switching over to an iPhone. Yeah, and then I switched back to an iPhone XS, which I'm very grateful for that situation happening. But yeah, okay, so it is. Let's see. So basically, like you can see my fucking handle on Discord.
Well, here you can link it to me. I can bring it up on the. I mean, I guess maybe I can't actually now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, let's not do that. But yeah, so basically it is. Actually, if you like scroll down on the altar on the left side there, in the server thing.
Okay.
You can actually basically see it, but basically, the link is Svetlana _Berkutova.
Where is it at? Where do I?
Like basically, like you see, like where it says the altar, and then it has SquidTips, and then Svetlana. Like just scroll down a little bit to clear it up. Or just like fucking highlighted.
Oh, this, like this?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, basically, like, it's onlyfans.com/Svetlana _Berkutova, BERKUTOVA 97. I'm sorry, not even the 97, just Svetlana _Berkutova. Obviously 18 plus, check your jurisdiction, but you have to be at least over the age of 18. Yeah, it is a very fun time, and I will appreciate.
Hey, you've been collabing with people. You're better at that than I am already. Like you're collabing with other people and you're finding, right? Is that what I'm?
Yeah, it is. It's the collabs I've been doing have been a lot of fun actually. It is much more enjoyable to work with someone else.
Yeah,
especially like whenever like we're both doms and we get to make fun of people's stuff. But
do you do is it the little penis thing where you're like, is that the humiliation fetish or whatever? Yeah.
Yeah, I do a lot of that stuff. Not so much on cam because but yeah, I am going to be working with a photographer here fairly soon. Going to be getting some of that content pushed out. Very excited. The quality of things is definitely going to be picking up here soon. So make sure you get in sooner before the prices go. That's all I can say.
I'm glad you're having success with it. Yeah, I've definitely.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, because basically, this is how I've literally, and people are like, oh, you make like 100,000 a year. I don't make 100,000 a year, just to be clear. Far from it, actually. But it is enough for me to be able. It is far enough. It's enough for me to be able to pay my bills, pay my car, be able to feed my dogs. Although it's like a little bit extra is always nicer than coming up a little bit short at the end of the month. But
do they have a discounted healthcare plan or whatever through OnlyFans, or it's like
no,
nothing like that? Yeah.
No.
Is there 401k?
Nope.
Hold on. Profit sharing.
I don't. I mean, I keep.
I guess technically. Yeah, I guess.
I mean, honestly, yeah, because I keep 80% of what people spend, which actually sounds like shit. But in the overall realm of online sex work is fantastic because the main website that I stream on, I keep 35% of what people spend on me.
That still sounds insanely low to me. That seems like a fucking crime to me. I'm not gonna lie. But 35% goes to the performer.
Yeah.
Of the thing.
But basically, it sounds really bad until you realize that. And also, Matt, you have missed everything.
Yeah.
But basically, in addition to Streamate, the website that I'm on, if you can think of a non-token cam site, my stream is spawned to that. No, Josh. OnlyFans takes 20%. But basically, because I actually had a very interesting moment with my partner. I'm in an open relationship for the record. And they are aware of what I do for work, obviously. But basically, I got a text being like, "Hey, so I can tell you're online." I'm like, "Wait, what the fuck?" And basically, it was literally me on this other website I never even heard of, where they're promoting my shit. It was hilarious.
Man.
Yeah. And yeah, it was I'm like, okay, cool, because I know I've been on Pornhub Live, been on all these other different websites. I didn't even realize my shit was licensed out too.
Why don't you? Is there any reason you don't do like a Patreon instead? Is that
Patreon isn't exactly friendly towards adult content.
Okay,
adult content.
That's really it.
Yeah, because otherwise I would love to, but as of for right now, I'm still just on the fans only. Fans only plus Cash App plus Venmo and all that other fun shit.
Well, I appreciate you coming on and hanging out with me for a bit. You killed a lot of time.
It's a very fun time. Whenever I can do something without having to get naked on the internet, it's a fantastic.
Is preferred? Okay, say
I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I do love my job. I love what I do for work, but this is like the first chill night off I've had in quite some time.
Yeah, it seems like
I'm a workaholic.
The shaking for I definitely that is a thing I have learned more now, especially that I've enjoyed making content, and I'm sure it sounds like it's maybe similar. Like as you have success, it makes you want to do it more, and it makes you like kind of it encourages you to do it to like an unhealthy level, and like
because basically I remember it was May of last year. And StreetMate had a contest, and basically I finished in the top 300 of all the models, which there's a shit ton of models on that website, by the way.
Yeah.
And like I finished in the top 300, like I saw how much money I made, and I'm just like, holy fuck.
That's awesome.
You know, like, yeah. And so I was like, that would like really push me to do it so much to the point where like I was literally physically starting like to actually hurt myself. Not literally, but like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
By like working so much. And so I was like, okay, you know what, maybe I gotta start forcing myself to take one day off a week.
Yeah.
And you know, it's like usually I do a month. Yeah, like anywhere from 5 to 6 hour streams usually, but that basically like a 6 hour stream on cam is equivalent to back when I had an office job about a 9.5 hour shift. It is very stressful. It is very demanding.
Yeah, because you got to be on the whole time. That's exactly why I don't stream often. Is like it's too. I find it to be too like. I can't watch a podcast. I can't study. I can't listen to something like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and there are some times like where I just like kind of like have a bit of a lazy moment because I'm not afraid to sacrifice half an hour or so in order like to kind of allow myself to have a reset. Like let's say I have a rough private session, I'm like I gotta reset a little bit. I will literally go on Car and Driver. Like I've literally memorized how their fucking URL system works. So any car I want to read up on, I'll just like go like caranddriver.com / BMW / 4 or whatever the thing for that is. That was a bad example. Like BMW / X5, for example.
Yeah.
Like that. Which actually is a good thing because I've actually been able to help out some of my friends get vehicles, such as I definitely, let me phrase this way, like I'm definitely a wealth of knowledge whenever it comes to the current car market.
No, and I appreciate that's why I need you around me because I don't know shit. And I need all the other people in my Discord who I appreciate significantly who help me with all my mechanical bullshit.
Yeah, the Discord is a very fun time, I will say. Like, it is definitely one of those situations where I would say it's probably my favorite place on the internet. And I'm not saying that to simp. I'm saying that, like, genuinely, like, I just enjoy being on that Discord that much.
Well, you're not in it very often, so that is a surprise to me. But I still appreciate hearing that. That's great.
Let me phrase it this way: whenever I'm working, I'm in the Discord.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, because I'm not good in mobile Discord. But whenever I'm on my computer though, where I can have like multiple monitors set up, it's like I very much enjoy it.
I mean, they would talk about me coming on stream, and like
I mean, hey, if you want to set up a collab, I'm more than happy to host you.
Okay, I'll have to figure that. We'll talk about that offline. Okay. Thanks, Svetlana. Appreciate it. I'm gonna go back to my shit. It's the last half hour. I've got one more segment I'm gonna talk about, and then we're gonna talk about me, and so I'm probably gonna log out at midnight. So.
Is this when you kick me out of the stream?
This is when I just leave the Discord. You can do whatever you want. I'm gonna disconnect from it. So.
All right. Thank you so much, Alex. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. That was fun. That was a good time. I hope everyone had a good time. If you didn't have a good time with that, fuck you. No, just kidding. Okay. So we're ended up in the last half. I'm gonna read some of these. I appreciate you, Ellie. I had to log into the stream chat on my other computer. That was like fucked up. All right, so the last section I have before we just literally do memes.
Literally do memes. So we can do Q&A. If you had a question, if you want to say anything, go ahead and put it in the chat. I'm going to do the last thing, which I forgot to do, which is that I'm going to do my lessons about content and video creation, what I've kind of learned. And I'm doing these and I'm telling you these because I want you to help other creators learn to do these things, because Shorts has just taught me a lot. Anyway, we're going to go into it. I love all the creators that I watch, but man, I really wish a lot of them would do what I'm about to say. So let's see. Here's my lesson. So my first lesson for everybody: if you want to create content, and if you want to be a public speaker, if you want to do anything if you want to learn how to present things, if you want to be good at PowerPoint presentations, then you should really watch this video. It's called How to Speak by MIT. And what I find to be hilarious about it, this was, so this is my personal story. And what I think, another thing I attribute to my success to recently in the last year, I have spent a lot of time learning about how to do story construction, how to do presentations, like how to present information in a way that is compatible with how people's brains work and how people absorb content through like these digital spaces. I've spent so much time thinking about that. And this is one of the first ones I did. It's an hour-long presentation. The dude who does it is not doesn't come off as very interesting, but the lessons that he teaches and the way he does it are I found to be pretty amazing. I'm just going to give you a quick taste of it here.
Your success in life will be determined largely by your ability to speak, your ability to write, and the quality of your ideas, in that order. I know that I can be successful in this because the quality of communication, your speaking, your writing, is largely determined by this formula. It's a matter of how much knowledge you have, how much you practice with that knowledge, and your inherent talent. And notice that the T is very small. What really matters is what you know. This point came to me suddenly a few decades ago when I was skiing at Sun Valley. I had heard that it was Celebrity Weekend, and one of the celebrities was Mary Lou Retton, famous Olympic gymnast, perfect tens in the vault. And I heard that she was a novice at skiing, so when the opportune moment arrived, I looked over on the novice slope and saw this young woman who, when she became unbalanced, went like that. And I said, that's got to be her. That must be the gymnast. But then it occurred to me, I'm a much better skier than she is, and she's an Olympic athlete, not only an ordinary Olympic athlete, an outstanding one. And I was a better skier because I had the K, and I had the P, and all she had was the T. So you can get a lot better than people who may have inherent talents if you have the right amount of knowledge.
So this is obviously, this guy does not come off as very charismatic, and it's an hour-long video. He goes through, he talks about how, a lot of the things is he basically is like, when he walks in, the first part is like prepping the stage and like thinking about like making an area conducive to learning. He talks about how he doesn't let people take notes, how he doesn't, he makes people turn laptops and stuff off. And I don't know how much of that I agree on, but that's a big first part of it. But then the second one is he talks about like, hey, I think one of the most memorable things for me is like, when you first start a presentation, what do a lot of people do? They do a joke. And he's like, I don't recommend that because they don't know who you are. They don't know your sense of humor. They don't know anything. And so like a joke, it being the very first thing you start by doing doesn't really work unless people already know you. And yeah, there's a lot in here. It's very dense. He talks about like the people who bring him slide decks and are like, help me like make it better. And he's basically like,
You have too many slides. They have too many words. Like, that's basically it, right? And like, these are things that you may not have noticed, or you may notice in my content. Like, these are things I have changed. I do not put words on the screen as much anymore. I don't want people reading. There's no need. You're hearing something. I want to try to visually stimulate you. A lot of those ideas and best practices came from watching this YouTube video for free. Love it. Yes, big level up tips. So that's one. The next lesson that I learned with making content is to get to the fucking point. That was a big level up for me. Stop hedging statements. Stop saying, in my opinion. In my opinion, this. I think that this. I don't try this. I have attempted to remove the I think, whatever. Of course, I don't need to say I think. I'm fucking saying it. If I'm saying it, I must think it. So, those types of things. Stop explaining everything. Oh my God. Yeah, I watch. I'm gonna trust you guys with showing you who my subscriptions are. Okay, I'm gonna trust you. I'm gonna scroll through some of these subscriptions here, and I've got Adam Ragusia. He's great. He makes like food stuff. I watch Big Joel. Big Joel is just funny. It was watching people like CJ the X. It was watching obviously ContraPoints. But some of the smaller creators that I watch. I love FD Signifier. I don't want him to make less because I like watching. I'll watch 3-hour H-Bomber Guy videos. But like some of the smaller creators, I like John the Duncan. I think he's very smart. He's very smart. But his videos are very sporadic. Like he definitely like does not stick to the point. A lot of his videos should be a quarter of the length that they are. It's because these people, they feel the requirement to like, how many videos do you watch? How many videos do you watch and you're just like, I don't need you to explain what this term means. I don't need you to explain this again. Like, because they treated it like, it's been 3 years. Like everybody knows, everybody has an idea, even if it's wrong, they have an idea of what capitalism means, what Marxism means. Like it probably isn't right, but like they think they know, so you don't need to like, they're not going to even listen to your statements. So, but that's like a big thing. I noticed a lot of my creators, they spend time, they just go so far off the like beaten path of like the core point that they're trying to make. And they make these videos that are like, so much longer. And, I don't think they're accessible to other people. That's the problem. The problem is accessibility. And I have literally messaged a lot of these people, and I don't do it as much anymore because I feel like it's rude. I don't know. I feel like I come off like a all-knowing asshole or somebody who's like, I don't know, just a bro or something. But I'm like, try this. What I would love to see that, do a 1 minute on this topic and then link on this word or this phrase or whatever, and then link to that in every fucking video you make so that you don't do it every fucking time. That's been kind of a level up. And by getting to the point, another big thing for getting to the point is don't give 3 examples. Don't give me what is it? Hypothesis, example. Like, they sell it. Just give me the best one. Give me when you're making your video, just give me your best idea. Like whatever your best argument is, and just do that. And if that's not good enough, well, what are the 2 extra for? What is that really, that's going to solve it? I don't think so. That's the thing I've noticed. And someone in my Discord recently, I think Kramer, mentioned that he thought it was because a lot of the people that are making YouTube channels are part of like education or are educators or like into like higher level education, where those things are like having X examples or having like, that's the framework is that you have that. So I don't know, but I don't think that works well on YouTube. I don't think you need it on YouTube. Just polish your best argument for me and give me a 10-minute video. I think for a lot of people is sufficient. And the last thing, man, I wish, and again, you'll notice I've stopped doing this. Like every video creator you watch, how many of them spend like, pay attention to like how long they spend getting in front of potential criticism and explaining what the video is going to be before they even start talking about it. Like that is just get to the point. Like do that at the end. Like if you want to get in front of criticism, if you like make your arguments first, but like don't it's a desire, I think, to want to be honest. It's a desire to not want to come off as like unintelligent or like you didn't think about everything. I think that's what it is, right? Because the people I watch, they care a lot about having their facts straight and having and like knowing what they're talking about. Like those are the people that I watch. So I think they just struggle with it. I think they struggle with the critique. I don't do that anymore. Now I just make shorts. When somebody says some shit that like pisses me off, I just make a short about it where I just like, you know, do my one best argument against it. Like that's what I think people should do. That's what I wish that my creators were doing, the people that I'm watching that make these 2-hour videos. But yeah. And another lesson, I'm coming up on the end, I promise. Another lesson I learned was to make more content and argue less with people. I think a lot of you, I have noticed, especially in the last year or so, a lot of people, I'm noticing more people I think they seem to like to see me in the comments, like replying to things and like dunking on people and stuff. And like, that is a thing that I did because when I had, you know, when you have 500 views or whatever a day, that's, you know, you're maybe getting one comment a day, right? So I would like, I enjoyed interacting with people in that. But when you get, you know, 300,000 views in a day or whatever, like, and you're getting 100, 150, 200 comments, like you just literally can't. And like, there's videos like the video about Sarah Nicole Morales, that lady who was shot in Florida, that I wish I could just turn off seeing the comments. Like I want that to just go away. I mean, I thought about disabling the comments, but again, it's engagement, and so I'm not going to do that. But like the comments are just so repetitive and they're not interesting, and they're all people that like did not read very much and like didn't read my comment or my explanation. They're not interested in like knowing the truth, because what I didn't realize before I made that video was that story during the breaking part of it, like, and like prior to trial, I think that went a lot of places in like gun communities, of people talking about how good of a shoot it was or whatever. And yeah, if I argued with those people, it would just be a massive waste of time. What you should do instead of arguing with people is just make more videos. And that is another lesson I'm learning and still struggling to put in practice. But I do like to dunk on people. You know, it's fun in the comments. And then the last lesson I kind of learned, and shorts again was like a big part of this, was the only way to be good at YouTube, the only way to be good at creating content is again, this is an epiphany for me, but like it shouldn't be, is that you just have to keep doing it. You have to do it over and over and over. And the nice part about shorts is that I was not getting enough practice constructing, like putting together a framework, constructing arguments, like laying things out, doing the editing. Like I was spending so much time like in my own head thinking about what I wanted to talk about, and then trying to go and write that, and spending like hours, like 8+ hours, like writing scripts that like, you know, they were okay. Like they were fine, but like I now get a lot more practice and iteration with that. So that's my recommendation. If you want to be a content creator, you should just do it and just put something out there. And if it isn't good, great. You'll go again. The next one will be better. I watch Nathan Hillier Smith too. I've been watching him. He's Logan Paul's editor, and I've learned a lot from him. A lot of great lessons. I've put a lot of effort this year, and so I am super happy that people are enjoying it. I'm super happy that people like the videos and that they find them funny and thought-provoking. Like that, I have gotten more positive reinforcement this year than I have ever, and it's been really awesome. Like it's addictive, you know. Like I get why people, like, I was like, oh, this is what YouTube's supposed to feel like. This is the fun part. Like when you're getting all the feedback, when you're getting a lot of views, and like it doesn't matter if the comments are bad, it's still fun, you know. Yeah, it is. Not feeding bad energy is hard. Again, another one of the creators I follow. I don't know if anybody else watches them, but the leftist cooks. It's basically like some people living in Ireland, and they're so smart. Like, I watch these videos. This is like a 2-hour video on the housing crisis, and I'm learning things about like Ireland, but I'm also it's really great. They had a video that was basically like, stop dunking, and they kind of explain, and it's things that you know, right? You know that when you're upset, I know that when I'm upset, I'm probably not going to change my mind about things, right? Like, I get in an argument with my partner or whatever, and like, you know, they're yelling and I'm yelling, and like, that's, neither of us is going to, like, we're not going to compromise at that point. That's how you have to do. You have to compromise. And when I go in and I know that when I go in and like, I say something really funny on dunking on someone, that it's not going to change their mind. It's the performance. It's for other people. Sometimes I do it because I want, you know, especially with bigots, especially people who are just like openly bigoted in comments. Like, I don't know if there's any ContraPoint subscribers here, but she recently posted a video that was like basically talking about how she is like losing faith that she can, that you can de-radicalize some of these people, that like that she's looking at them not as like a thing to de-radicalize, and how do we do that, but like this is a war, and these people are soldiers in another part of that war that's just like not gonna change. And yeah, I mean, I think that's I definitely understand that feeling. So anyway, but the dunks I try to do, there was a recent one. This is what I try to do. Heels. Impossible. I'll show you this is what I try to do. I haven't. Here you go. This is what I try to do now. This is like my level of like quote unquote dunking. What kind of bullshit virtue signaling are you up to, buddy guy? You got a pussy. That's how I hear them in my head. Lol. It's the day after Christmas. How are you this mad already? Just pointing out that you wear high heels and eat Impossible Burgers, dude. It's not my fault Impossible Burgers are delicious and heels make my legs look fantastic. And then he said some other dumb shit. But that's what I'm trying to do now. Let me just... What I think that is important to do with some of these people is to demonstrate like, hey man, you're trying to piss me off. This doesn't work. And in fact, like, I am unflappable. Like, what you're doing is not having an effect. A lot of these people I've been explaining, like, hey, you're one of the dudes. I was like, you're literally like causing me more engagement. Like, cause they were talking about how I was like spreading misinformation. They were going to report me for like spreading misinfo or whatever. And, I was like, you're just helping me, and they can't stop. They are compulsed to keep commenting and talking shit. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, humor is a strength I have, I think, right? So like using that, like that's been my struggle, is learning to use that wit in a way that is constructive, because the destructive way, it is, insults come much easier to me. Like it is more often to finding, like, saying something cutting is just easier. And especially when I'm upset and mad, like, you know, and like sometimes in some of these videos, I'm not going to lie, some of these comments have gotten to me. I don't even remember what some of them are. It was definitely the Sarah Nicole Morales one. That one was definitely the one that like had the comments that pissed me off the most, because people were just like calling me a liar and like saying things that were factually incorrect, and I don't know, being very nonchalant about just murdering somebody, and I just find that to be very offensive. And in case it's not clear, let's just review. Where's the? I'm guessing that nobody here, I don't know if any of you saw this. This is like one of my more popular videos, but I'm not going to play it because it's sad. But this is the one, if you remember it.
The story sincerely upset me. So
I just want to like recall.
This story sincerely upset me.
No charges against man who shot and killed a librarian. So yeah. I had some okay interactions with people early, but yeah, I mean, people were just like, I didn't do the research or whatever. It's hard because I philosophically, I'm not, is a pacifist where you don't, like, I like playing sports. Like, violence in and of itself is not a problem for me. I don't prefer it, and I don't think it's good because it doesn't solve issues, right? If you want somebody to like do something, you bomb Afghanistan and you just create more terrorists, right? Like you lock people up for crimes, like you cops beat the shit out of people. It just makes you more radical, right? Like, I just understand that, and so I try not to do violence if possible. I don't like to feel pain either, but like at the same time, obviously, like, anyway, I like how the influencers had to change the story to fit their narrative. Watching a news program, people were just so triggered by this because nobody listened, and because my main argument was that a fucking judge should look at this shit. I hate the idea that cops just did the investigation and made their decision, because again, cops just don't do a good job. Bottom line, yeah, I'm excited to get to 50K. I think that yeah, I think I'm gonna hit 100 this year. Yeah, that is, wow. It has almost been 4 hours. I am amazed. I am gonna make it. I'm gonna hang out for the last 10 minutes and then I'm gonna leave. But I just want to thank everyone for showing up. Is there anything? I'm gonna take any questions in the chat period. If you have a question, I'm gonna riff on it. So feel free to throw one in there. Do you guys hear my voice? My voice is like literally dying. My throat fucking hurts. I don't know how people like do this for 8 hours a day. Like, there are stream like Hassan who just literally talk for 8. They must talk very quietly. They must get in their mic like this and just talk like that. That's the only thing I can think of. If not, I'm gonna if you don't have questions, where's the cat? She is sleeping. She went and laid down, and she is ready for me to go lay down in the bed and then snuggle up with the little blanket. I don't know if you have a blanket for your cat, but my cat snuggles up right in my arm, right here. That's her spot. The other cat has a UTI, and I have to give her oral antibiotics on my own. So I've had to like swaddle her so that I can like inject it in her mouth. She fucking hates it. It's the worst thing I've had to do in a long time. I fucking hate doing it. Let's see. What videos do we got coming up? So in the next week, let me look at my computer over here. This is my, so you guys know, this is my like work. This is like that's my setup right here. This is how I edit videos. This is where I'm at when I'm editing. It's a lot of like this. So the videos we got coming up this next month in January 2023. I just released, I don't know if you guys watched it, I just released a lane splitting 201 video. That felt really good. I was excited about that because I feel like that's, again, lane splitting is obviously like people, I get comments of people bitching about how often I talk about lane splitting, but it's like, legalize it then. Legalize it and I'll shut the fuck up. But until then, I have a lot of things to say about it. So this one, I had the beginner one, and so this was the, we're going to watch it actually, and then you should watch it on your own. But here we go. Is my internet just fucking dying now? Oh, here we go. Advanced lane splitting. It's doing well. People seem to like it so far. Here we go.
Filtering through stop traffic is super easy and safe, but as you evolve to splitting through moving traffic, it gets more complicated. Step 0 is making sure you have an accurate mental model of the size of your bike while riding it, including the other shit you strap to it like saddlebags. If you're not 100% confident in that, go find some obstacles, ride between them, practice going through them at various speeds and making adjustments around them. 5 miles per hour faster than surrounding traffic is statistically the safest speed to be traveling, and the farther you get away from that baseline, the more probable accidents become. The Solomon curve shows us why the guidance for splitting is within 15 miles an hour of that baseline, but that's going to be more of an average because you need to adjust speed in reaction to vehicles and conditions. You'll need to slow down to yield to cars changing lanes. I like to accelerate passing longer vehicles to avoid being boxed in. If someone looks like they might hit you, just slow down or slide into the natural gaps between cars on either side of you. I do a quick blind spot check before fully committing to a lane, otherwise I might accidentally pull into somebody's wheel well. I've seen the results of that on a different website.
I wanted to talk about the Solomon curve. I wanted to get to, it was so great that guy with the fucking, I've seen so many baggers hit people and then fall. Like that is such a common thing. And I think so many of the comments from people who complain about lane splitting people, they talk about getting whacked by fucking motorcycles, like their mirrors and shit knocking them off. And it's like, again, it seems pretty obvious to me that you should know the size of your bike, but I think a lot of these people like just aren't, I don't know, they're not as concerned about, I don't know, maybe the people with the baggers, my R1's super thin. But I was glad to make that video. I don't really have many more lane splitting ones left. I have one more left that's in the writing phase, and it's basically explaining why people hate it specifically. And it's because there are layers, right? And there's the first layer, which is the people that are like, it's not safe, I'm concerned about you. And then there's the people that are like, actually, it's because I'm concerned I can't, anyway. I'm going to give it away. But there's only like 10 of you on here, so don't worry about it. So it's basically like people are like, it's your safety, so we can't let you lane split. And then if you're like, well, actually, I don't give a shit, so let's go ahead and legalize it. They'll be like, whoa, hold on. I can't predict what you're doing. If you're pulling wheelies, if you're lane split, it's just so hard for me, right? Which is like just the lazy, like, and so then the argument is, well, aren't you supposed to be an attentive driver? And if you get past that, the final level is that people just think it's rude. They think it's showboating. They think things like wheelies and lane splitting. They think you're just being selfish and you're just obviously, anyway. So I'm going to get to that. Or maybe that's about wheelies. I don't know. I'm a little delirious. I'm going to talk about why I don't use turn signals. I got a video about not using turn signals and why that's totally cool and valid. Because there's a lot of rules that don't actually matter, period. Like they just don't, it's not a big deal. Like if you don't use your turn signal, nobody notices, nobody's paying attention. Why would a turn signal matter? And if you're going, 20, 30 miles an hour faster than the speed of traffic, people aren't even going to see it before you pass them. I'm going to do a video about the one condition you can't ride a motorcycle in. It felt relevant. It's about motorcycles in the snow, how much you can do. Of course, I've done a little bit of experimentation with my R1M. I was super disappointed. I legit before I tried it in Alaska, I thought that motorcycles might actually work in ice. I did not. Again, I was very stupid for a very long time. I did not Google anything. The motorcycle safety, of course, does not prepare you for actual motorcycle riding, like complex, it doesn't give you any of the theory, right? Like MSF totally fails, which is also, that's a video I have. That's a video idea that's in my backlog. I'm just gonna talk about how to do snow, why it doesn't work. Pretty simple. That's just kind of a fun one. There was a clip that you might have seen, which was a bicyclist getting hit by a car, like in a parking lot, like super low speed, but just getting like knocked over, and people being like, and it was, the classic, like fucking stupid idiots in cars type of situation. I saw something about why that happened, and I saw basically nobody comment about it. So I'm going to do a video about that because it's going to, again, fill out a lot of the, like, think through other people's situations so that you can predict traffic better. I'm going to get to my personal pet peeve. So I'm doing the Apple Watch Ultra. Like, I'm just going to talk about some of the features that are good for motorcycles. It's fine. It's $800. If you already like an Apple Watch, if you already have an Apple Watch and you want to get the Ultra because you think it's cool, that's like who the Ultra is for. If not, maybe just get a regular Apple Watch and start there. But the reason I really want, I don't like phones being on people's handlebars. It's always pissed me off. It's always bothered me. It's always made me feel like it's like not a good thing, because I see, and I added one of the last videos I did, I had the Wall Terrific clip where he just is AFK at the wheel in his brain. And I just don't think having phones mounted to your bars is good. I just think it's super dangerous. I know that the way my mind works, like I can't not look at the notifications. Like I think visuals is like the most important sense by far. And it's like not even close. Like I think you can be deaf. I think you can be mute. I think you can have like, like stumps basically with like any, maybe I'm being ableist, but like you need your vision, and the phone being on the handlebars has always been a thing that I feel like people just is bad. And I think that the navigation is bad. Like I think using visual navigation, I think it's actually making people significantly worse drivers. And I'm sure I'm not the first person to make that statement, but I think that's a commonality. The navigation's supposed to make things easier. It's supposed to free up brain cycles to be able to do better driving, but it just seems like it causes people to stop paying attention. Yeah. And I never even thought about that, but you're right. It's probably really devastating to like some of the sensors and stuff inside the phone itself. I know my Buell would have shaken. It would have just ripped apart an iPhone if it was on too long. And I'm doing a braking video. I'm explaining trail braking. I'm going to tell you something very truthful, which is that up until a week ago, I didn't really understand what trail braking was. I mean, I knew what it was. I knew that it was like brake, but I didn't like understand what the value was, why you like what the technique was at all. So yeah, I'm doing a video about braking styles, normal, emergency, and trail, and I'm gonna explain that in a really simple way. I'm stoked for that. I think that's a really useful. I think people will like that. Yeah, I'm gonna open the kimono. We're almost done. I'm gonna log out here soon. And again, thank you everybody for showing up and doing this. This was fun. This is I'm just gonna show you it doesn't say. This is how I do everything. These are all my different ideas. This is weird. This is an idea I have for doing like 6-10 second skits in a video that are very like strange, like basically a Rick and Morty interdimensional cable, but in a short. I don't know if I'm ever going to get to that. I'm going to talk about loud pipes. I've got ideas for how to make that interesting. Anti-squat geometry. I think I read that somewhere. And that's a concept that, again, is like one of these technical concepts that I would just like to explain to people. And I need to read up on myself because I don't really understand. David Pacman is a YouTube guy. He's a news guy. He talks some shit about motorcycles, about how bad they were. This is more of a meme video. I'm actually going to try to call into his radio show and see if I can kind of satirically challenge him on his opinions on how he hated motorcycles. Yeah. Talk about why cars don't see motorcycles, some of like the visual reasons. People get a lot. Again, if you watch my shorts, you'll see that I am trying to build empathy in riders so that they can. Again, it's about thinking through what other drivers are experiencing. I want to talk about the Swiss cheese model of risk. I really want to get people. I really feel like fear is like a big problem. Ignorance can cause bliss, maybe sometimes, but I think ignorance more often causes fear. And like, I want to educate people on motorcycles more. I want to talk about risk more and like explain it better so that people aren't thinking. There's too much magical thinking around risk. Again, I hate when people are like, blah, blah, blah. It was an unavoidable accident. I hate when people are like saying things like, it's not when you go down. It's not if you go down. It's when, it's so annoying. And if you watch enough of my videos, you totally get that. But, just continuing to like demystify a lot of that. I'm going to talk about why horns fucking are useless at some point. I hate horns. They're so worthless. Again, they're just used to chastise people. Talk about the motorcycle bias. Why why we just consider motorcycles to be criminals. These are the ones that are next up, probably. I got to talk about cold weather gear. I want more people to ride, like, in the wintertime. Happy New Year, by the way. Happy 2023. It is officially 2023 where I'm at. So we've made it. We made it the full 4 hours. I'm going to go over these ideas, and then I'm going to be done. I didn't know what a gremlin bell was, but my WR250, when I bought it, had one, and I've got like a clip of me cutting it. So I'm just going to explain what gremlin bells are to people. I don't know if you guys don't know where it is. I had never, ever heard of it. I don't think it's as much of a street bike thing. I think it's more of a cruiser thing. I'm going to talk about why wheelies should be legal. Oh, I did that survey about people dying. How many people knew somebody who had died on a motorcycle? And I remember being kind of surprised how low the numbers were. This is another one of those things that's like, I just want to shit on people who are not... how many people do you know? I fucked up the... this should have been 3+, but whatever. Oh... Yeah, this one. There was a post on the internet, this one right here. And it's just this classic, hi, it's weird to see a relatively nice plated bike and a homeless camp posting it just in case it's missing. I hate these fucking posts. These, oh, just in case. I just want to make sure. Because it's just, again, it's just like associating homeless people with criminals. I'm going to talk about why legalizing lane splitting will reduce danger and how educating will cause riders to ride better. I'm going to redo the Take It to the Track. I made that long form video about why I think doing track riding is important. I'm going to do a short on that. Hot take. Not everyone is good at riding motorcycles. This one I'm going to talk about how different people like have different... Basically, I'm going to talk about how I have very good hand-eye coordination that is built from doing certain like athletics and riding bikes, and I think that's helped me a lot. And I think that other people don't have that, and I think that's part of why they have a harder time and end up crashing more. You know, in a positive way. Like, it's okay to be bad, but like, you know, this might be why. Drunk driving is a distraction. I am going to talk. This is, yeah. People think I've had spicy takes yet or done like hot takes. I have yet to like get to some of my like hardest ones. Because I don't know how to like. I don't think I'm gonna bring people along. I'm just so tired of like drunk driving. Like this, drunk drivers did this, drunk drivers did that. Like it's not like. Honestly, the North Carolina biker thing really pissed me off. That was why. Is because the lead biker was like at a 0.16 and he was this dude who was like 300 pounds and who had probably, you know, driven on a 0.16 a lot realistically. And we use it as an excuse for to say like, hey, this is the cause. And then we just don't go by it, even though it's like, there's no evidence necessarily that it is. And I have other examples. Oh, I'm going to talk about the pros and cons of 360 cameras. I got that 360 camera and I use it, but man, it's a mixed bag. How to evade a helicopter. I talked about that earlier. I've got a script for that. If any of you make these shorts, I realize you guys could be screenshotting these scripts and stealing them. Oh, I don't need to do this. I already did this one. MSF training sucks. Like I said, it's not good. I think that's basically it. Oh. All right. Today is National Get Drunk Day. I think I might have. I haven't drank anything today, and I think I'm not going to. I'm gonna hold it until tomorrow. All right, friends. I'm ending this stream. Thanks so much for showing up. Feel free to join Discord. Again, you can find it in the description in any of my shit. Like and subscribe. Watch all my videos. Give me any feedback you want. Always in the comments. I read all the comments, unless it's really long. If it's a really long comment. If you leave like a fucking giant comment, I can't always read it. I usually skim it, and if it's supportive, I'll give it a thumbs up. Like I'll give it a thumbs up or like a heart, or I'll comment on it just to let people know. Because if like sometimes some of the comments are good. Like there are people that have left really long,
heartfelt, thoughtful comments that have made me like, oh, that's really cool. But most of them are pretty unhinged. That's the reality. Most of the really long comments are not useful. They're not filled with useful information. Yeah, that's just what I've noticed. So, yeah, I will see you in the comments or whatever. And holy fuck, my house, it is literally like exploding outside my house. It's a goddamn war zone out there. Good night, everyone. Happy New Year.